السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم أرحب بكم. Can we shoot it? السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم أرحب بكم في افتتاح أعمال المنتدى الاقتصادي.
Good morning. I would like to welcome you all in the Polish Arab Economic Forum that is held with clear interaction from Poland 2020 Expo, Dubai Expo. Expo 2020 Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I would like to welcome you all in the launching of the Polish Arab Economic Forum that is held in Dubai with a very good and active participation from Poland in Expo 2020 Dubai. Dubai holds as a gate, a big gate. So today we would like to discuss the industrial and economic. And this forum is
البولندية المتطورة في مجال الابتكار والطاقة النظيفة والاستثمارات. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Polish Arab Economic Forum. I would like to ask you to
przełączę i będę mówiła teraz do polskiego. Będę mówiła do pana po polsku, tak? Że możesz... Dobra, wszystko jedno.
I would like to invite to stage Grzegorz Słomkowski. Grzegorz Słomkowski.
Chciałabym zaprosić do sceny pana Grzegorza Słomkowskiego, wiceprezydenta. Pani nie ma pewności, kogo zaprasza na scenę, więc dobrze, że wyszło to na jaw już teraz, żebyśmy mogli się przekonać, jak znamienitych mamy dzisiaj tutaj gości. I kto będzie do nas przemawiał przez cały piękny dzień, mówiąc bardzo istotne kwestie przemysłowe, gospodarcze. Będziemy rozmawiali też o zielonej energii. Na pewno będzie o paliwach wodorowych, bo sobie świetnie z tym radzimy i coraz lepiej się rozwijamy w tym zakresie. Gospodarka cyfrowa oraz także będziemy rozmawiali o tradycjach, o folklorze i o tym, jak zaprzeć przeszłość w przyszłość. I zastanawiamy się, czy dobrze nas słychać, czy nas źle słychać. Ja w tej chwili mówię na kanale angielskim.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Polish Arab Economic Forum again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Polish Arab Economic Forum. I would like to ask you to use headphone to get the translation. Okay, for voice or more?
Hello, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the Polish Arab Economic Forum for today. Hello, how's everything going? I would like to welcome everybody on here. It is a great honor and a pleasure to be here today. I think everybody, hello. Can you hear me clearly? Is everything going fine? Yes? Perfect.
I'm on the English channel. I hope you can hear me well. Can you hear me well? Okay, so we'll be providing you with relay into Arabic. Okay, have a great day and fruitful discussions.
صباح الخير.
Good morning. We are going to start the Polish Arab Economic Forum in a few minutes. Would you please have your seats?
One to take their places. We'll start in few minutes. I would like to ask everyone to take their places. We will start in 10 minutes. start right now. I would like to ask everyone to take their place. And you can use a headphone to get translation in 3 languages: Polish, Arabic, and English. Please take your seats. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، أرحب بكم في افتتاح أعمال المنتدى الاقتصادي البولندي العربي الذي يعقد في دبي تزامنا مع مشاركة فعالة لبولندا
with an active participation of Poland in Expo 2020 Dubai. They believe in the importance of the UAE as a very big gate for the Middle East and the region. So this forum is dedicated for improving the relationships, the economic and commercial relationship with the UAE. So and also the trade in the field of clean energy.
أهلا بكم مجددا.
Welcome again.
I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Grzegorz Słomkowski, Vice President of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Polish Arab Economic Forum. I'm glad to be here and represent Polish Investment and Trade Agency and to see such a large audience, excellent experts, our panelists and guests from so many countries. Polish Arab Economic Forum is the main business event organized as a part of Poland's participation in Expo 2020 Dubai. I'm honored to welcome state officials that accepted our invitation. Mr. Grzegorz Piechowiak, Secretary of the State, Government Plenipotentiary for Foreign Investments. His Excellency Tanibil Ahmed Al Zeyoudi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade, the United Arab Emirates. Waldemar Buda, Secretary of State, Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy. His Excellency Fahd Al-Gergawi, CEO, Dubai Investment Development Agency, who will join us later. Jan Sarnowski, Under-Secretary of State, Ministry of Finance. Mrs. Beata Daszyńska-Muzyczka, President of the Management Board, Polish Development Bank, BGK. She will join us later. Mr. Adrian Malinowski, Commissioner General of the Polish Section Expo 2020 Dubai. Jakub Sławek, Chargé d'Affaires, Embassy of Republic of Poland in United Arab Emirates. Mikołaj Różycki, Acting President, Polish Agency for Enterprise Development. Janusz Władyczak, President of the Management Board, KUKE, Polish Export Credit Agency. Piotr Wachowiak, Rector of the Warsaw School of Economics, Chairman of the Entrepreneurship Council of the President of the Republic of Poland. I would like to thank all the entrepreneurs who attend the forum. This event is for you. I wish you many interesting talks and successful networking. I'm sure that in a dynamic world, cooperation is necessary, and we will see the results of today's international meeting in the nearest future. Now I would like to invite on the stage Secretary of the State, Mr. Grzegorz Piechowak, to address his words.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome everyone, all the participants of the Polish-Arab Economic Forum, dedicated into the search of new possibilities of economic cooperation and business cooperation. I would like to welcome His Excellency Dr. Binal Ahmad Al-Zayudi, Ministry of State for Foreign Trade of United Arab Emirates. I would like to welcome also all the representatives of administration, self-government, and also entrepreneurs from both Poland and Arab countries. I'm very pleased to be able to participate in this unusual event, which is one of the key elements of the economic program promoting Poland during Expo 2020, Dubai. I'm very happy that we can meet despite the difficult circumstances of the pandemic that we all need to face. For United Arab Emirates, the host of Expo, which takes place for the first time in the history in an Arab country, it's an unusual anniversary year commemorating 50 years of creation of the state. Due to this anniversary, due to the national holiday on the 2nd of December, I would like to congratulate and wish you all the best when it comes to future peaceful development of the state. Ladies and gentlemen, our relations with Arab world have centuries of history. First Polish-Arab connections date back to Middle Ages, where our relations had very good moments. Our relations were always good, and one of the most important elements were connected with trade. In the spirit of mutual partnership, we want to develop this cooperation because we perceive our Arab states as a perspective and very attractive market of more than 400 million people. We need to observe also the efforts of Arab states to diversify and modernize their economies. In this transformation, we also observe an opportunity for Polish entrepreneurs, which have a lot to offer for our foreign partners when it comes to new technologies, at least in such sectors as green economy, digital economy, or food safety. The best evidence of interest of Polish entrepreneurs in the Arab countries is the fact the organizer, the Polish Agency for Investment and Trade, which I would like to thank for organization of the Polish Expo participation and this event, has reported more than 1,000 applications for this forum. We also appreciate the presence of entrepreneurs and business people from Arab countries. We encourage our Arab friends to visit our country, which during the last 30 years underwent a huge change and now is one of the most dynamic members of the EU. We would like to invite you to invest and establish connections with Polish partners. We encourage you also to get familiar with different facilities offered by Poland to domestic and foreign business people and investments. We have Polish investment area covering the entire state. I would like to ensure you that internationalization of Polish economy, both when it comes to export and also investment, is the priority of the Ministry of Development and Technology. You can always count on support from our side. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced that today's meeting will serve to strengthen Polish-Arabic economic connections, and it will be very fruitful when it comes to both Polish-Arabic business undertakings. I wish you all an interesting day, fruitful discussions, and beneficial business relations. I encourage you to have an open and honest discussion, because such meetings like the one we have today are a great opportunity for that. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary of State, for your words and presence at the forum. And now please welcome His Excellency Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayedi. Please.
Excellency Jikosh Bihawak, Secretary of State for Foreign Investments in the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure and honor to join you at the Polish-Arab Economic Forum to discuss ways to strengthen commercial ties between Arab countries and Poland. Let me start by welcoming you all as well to UAE, to Dubai, to Expo 2020 here in Dubai. It's really a pleasure to have the distinguished colleagues from Poland participating, and thank you so much for being with us. We won't be able to achieve whatever we have achieved in Expo without the collective and the strong collaboration between all of us. So thank you so much for that. Today's event is taking place at a very exciting time for us here at the UAE, as we celebrate our Golden Jubilee, the 50th anniversary of our nation's founding, and prepare for the next 50 years of progress. Poland's strong participation in Expo 2020 Dubai, including today's forum, reflects a long-term relationship between our two countries and the potential that we can take this relation to. We're really proud to have Poland as a trusted partner and friend as we continue our journey toward economic diversification and transition to a stronger knowledge-based economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the UAE's partnership with Poland dates back to 1989, when diplomatic relations were officially established. And today, Poland is an important economic partner to the UAE. In fact, the total value of non-oil trade between our two countries reached $1.2 billion in 2020, despite the impact of the pandemic. And the same year, Poland invested over $40 million here in the UAE economy, and the UAE invested around $33 million in Poland economy. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's an opportune time for Poland and Arab countries to forge new partnerships and enhance cooperations in areas including e-commerce and enhance cooperations in many other sectors like fintech, advanced technologies, food security, agri-tech, transport, and many others. As the global economy continues to recover from the pandemic and prepares for a more inclusive and resilient futuristic economy, I'm certain that this will lead to a stronger Polish-Arab economic relationship, especially in trade and investment. In fact, the UAE is currently undergoing an economic transformation and shifting toward a more flexible and sustainable economic model. This is creating an array of new opportunities for Polish business leaders and investors. For example, the UAE recently announced the Projects of 50, initiative designed to reinforce the UAE position as a global economic center and establish the country's status as an ideal destination for investment and skilled professionals. Under the Project of 50th umbrella, we are expanding our global trading partnerships and relationships and creating a hub for multinational cooperation. The UAE is also creating an environment that empowers startups and entrepreneurships. Most recently, we launched the Growing UAE portal, digital platform that enables entrepreneurs to establish companies online, identify businesses, opportunities for investors, and provide economic data and information on key sectors across all 7 Emirates. Building a knowledge-based economy that welcomes investors, talent, and ideas in line with the vision of our leaders is a continuous effort of our governments and private sector. Expo 2020 Dubai is, of course, an enormous opportunity for the world to come together and create new pathways to prosperity. But it's just the beginning in a new era of economic growth. As such, we invite our colleagues and friends from Poland, especially the Polish business leaders, to take advantage of many benefits offered to investors, including the 100% foreign ownerships in most sectors, the strong legal systems that we have here in the UAE, protected capitals, IP's right, and an open economy that allows free transfer of profits, revenues, and assets. We look forward to strengthening cooperation with Poland and leveraging these opportunities that rise from today's events to ensure greater economic progress and build stronger global economic future. I would like again at the end to thank the organizers for organizing the forum, especially the Charge Affair for his excellent collaborations. We had an excellent meetings in the last few months, and we're seeing the concrete outcomes coming out from that relation. Looking forward to continue this relation, looking forward to continue this engagement through the local and governmental entities between both of us. And we really hope that we're going to bring more values to both nations and to the whole region in general. Welcome again to UAE and to Dubai, and enjoy your stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your speech. Now I would like to invite Jakub Sławek, Chargé d'Affaires, Embassy of Republic of Poland to United Arab Emirates.
Indeed, that is a very nice spotlight. I am honored. I have a linguistic problem in this forum, but let me begin then with Polish. Szanowni panowie ministrowie, dziękuję, że państwo zechcieli
Ministers, Your Excellencies, thank you for giving us the privilege and honor of welcoming you here on our event where we want to build our relations with our Arabic friends. This is very priceless to come and join us here.
Excellency, Dr. Daniel Zuri, I would like to especially thank you for honoring us with your presence. You have been giving us wise advice from many, many years now. Thank you for that. Especially that we stand as the embassy before you today, and to say that we have managed to conclude what you have asked us to do, that is to conclude the Polish Emirati Business Council that is going to be followed today in the afternoon. So thank you for your guidance. We really cherish this guidance. Thank you very much. Allow me to continue in Polish. Jeszcze raz, szanowni panowie ministrowie,
Ladies and gentlemen, presidents, ministers, commissioner, dear entrepreneurs, thank you for joining us here today in such a great number. Welcome to Dubai. The Polish Arab Forum is one of the most important events for Poland when it comes to our presence at the Expo 2020. We have great hopes for this Expo. We want to open a lot of new business and investment relations with the Emirates and with other Arabic countries. Even though the global pandemic has not helped us, but Everything proves that during this forum and our active presence on the Expo, we will create a new energy and a new impulse to cooperate in a business manner with the Arabic countries. Your presence on the forum is the best proof that we are heading in the good direction. The agreements that will be signed later today in the treaty session this afternoon prove that Polish economy is aiming at being more present and more attractive and active at the Emirate markets and Arabic markets. We are aware that the Emirates and the unique value that UAE has created by being the business, transport, and cultural hub for the region, we have an opportunity as Polish entrepreneurs or Polish business to enter the wider market of the business markets of Africa and Asia. UAE are a great platform for that. Thank you so much, and I would like to congratulate the Polish Investment and Trade Agency for organizing this forum. I would like to thank all the ministries and all the entrepreneurs for kindly responding for our invitation to participate in the forum. And I do hope that all the participants agree on the potential of the cooperation with Polish partners. Before I conclude, please allow me to say two more words because of the linguistic challenge, and I shall address our friends, Arab friends, in
لحضوركم جميعا في هذا المنتدى البولندي العربي للاقتصاد.
I would like to thank you all here today in this Polish Arab Economic Forum. Today I would like to present my word in Arabic, so would you please allow me? So today we are launching the Polish Arab Economic Forum, and this is a great honor to welcome you all here. And we have great hopes that this forum is going to open a new page in the economic and trade investment between Poland and the Arab states. I would like to extend all my thanks to the esteemed guests and to the audience, and I hope that we will have fruitful results of this, and of course this is going to result in the development of the relation between the two countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your words. Now I would like to invite on stage Secretary of the State, Mr. Waldemar Buda.
Szanowni Państwo, ja chciałem...
Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to emphasize, after my previous wonderful speakers, I wanted to emphasize the importance of this forum for us and the potential that we see in the future cooperation with this part of the world, especially when it comes to UAE. The representation of three areas of economy, investment, European funds, national budget, shows that we do count on being able to efficiently translate that on a better cooperation. All the discussions, bilateral meetings that have happened before the forum prove that this meeting will be very efficient and very fruitful. And this is a great opportunity because the geopolitics, history, there are no elements that will hold us back from cooperation. Everything shows that we should continue to build those relations. Our economies are very different, but they also give us an opportunity to coexist and cooperate in a good manner. Strong sectors on the part of the UAE and other Arab countries require some support where we are very active, for example, new technologies and food. This all makes this collaboration having a huge potential. And I'd like to wish all the entrepreneurs on both sides sitting in the audience and that hope for a good start. I wish you all the best cooperation you can have. Thank you so much.
Now we will start. First panel include the two sessions. The first session will be about green energy for the future. It's called Export Session. If you are interested in attending this session, it will be in this floor, in this ballroom. And the second session will be about investment in Poland. If you are interested in attending this session, it will be on the second floor. Now I would like to invite Maciej Mazur, the moderator of the export session, to welcome the speeches.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge honor and pleasure to be a moderator of the first panel of the Polish Arab Economic Forum. I suppose we are dealing with very, very interesting and very important subject. Just yesterday, I read a piece coming from the International Energy Agency saying that the world is set up to add more renewable power capacity in 2021 than ever before, and that renewables are on the track to account for nearly 95% of the increase in global power capacity through 2026. And I think that here in Dubai, this change is purely visible, and we can see it on Expo 2020 being divided into 3 districts: opportunity, mobility, and sustainability. That's why the topic of today's discussion, green energy for the future, it's so important. And I would like to ask you all to think what we can do together to make this change happen even faster, and how we can cooperate between our countries, between our regions, to make it happen, because we need it as a community. And right now, please let me introduce honorable panelists. Let me introduce His Excellency Fahad Al-Gergawi, CEO of Dubai FDI, Investment Development Agency. Please join me on the stage. I would like to welcome as well Mr. Grzegorz Jóźwiak, Director of the Alternative Fuels Implementation Office at PKN Orlen. I'd like to welcome Mr. Nasser Saidi, President of Nasser Saidi and Associates, former Minister of Economy and Trade of Lebanon. I would like to welcome Mr. Tomoho Umeda, Chairman of the Hydrogen Technologies Committee at the Polish Chamber of Commerce, the founder of Hinfra and Hinfra Energy Storage. I would like to welcome Wael Khaled Bamher, CEO of Taknia Energy from Saudi Arabia. I would like to welcome Mr. Konrad Trzonkowski, Managing Director of the Industry Development Agency, ARP in short. And last but not least, I would like to welcome Mr. Grzegorz Pawelec, Innovation and Funding Manager, representative of Hydrogen Europe.
Before this session will start, just I want to remind anyone interested to attend the other session. It will be about investment in Poland. Please move to second floor.
So ladies and gentlemen, all right, so we are ready to go. So let's start with a very short round of introduction. If I can ask you just to say which institution or companies you're representing and why green energy is so important. Just couple of sentences, starting from him, His Excellency.
Yes, I am Fahad Al-Gargawi. I'm the CEO of Dubai Investment Development Agency, Dubai FDI. I'm also the current serving president of World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, WIPA. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Grzegorz Jóźwiak. I represent PKN Orlen. PKN Orlen is the biggest oil and gas company in Central Eastern Europe. We process crude oil, more than 30 million ton crude oil per year. We produced fuels, petrochemicals, as well as energy. And we last year announced carbon neutrality till 2050, so this is the reason why we are here.
Thank you.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nasser Saidi. Today I'm here in my capacity as the chair of the Clean Energy Business Council, MENA. The Clean Energy Business Council brings together companies from the region and from outside that are investing and active in clean energy and clean technology. So it is open to membership of Polish companies as well. And we would be helpful in terms of networking for you and looking at new opportunities. And today I'll be talking a little bit more about renewable energy in the region and particularly hydrogen.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tomasz Hołmeda. I'm the chairman of Hydrogen Committee of Polish Chamber of Commerce. Also, I'm CEO of Henfra, the hydrogen-related, oriented company that develops projects in Poland, Portugal, Ukraine, and now also in Italy. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wael Bamher. I'm the CEO of Taqni Energy, which is a PIF-owned company. Actually, our role to participate in the mandate of Saudi Arabia in terms of clean energy and building a sustainable economy and diversify the economy of Saudi Arabia, being part of that and contribute by transferring the technology, localization, and helping the country to promote renewable energy and green energy. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Konrad Trzonkowski. I'm the Managing Director of Industrial Development Agency called ARP. The activity of ARP based on 3 pillars. The first is corporate financing. Second, we manage the group of 170 companies controlled directly and indirectly. And the last one, we support the investors in our special economic zones. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Grzegorz Pawelec. I'm representing Hydrogen Europe today. So Hydrogen Europe is, on one hand, an industry association which represents companies from all around Europe which are developing clean hydrogen technologies and also implementing those technologies, so the companies from along the whole value chain. But on the other hand, we are also partners together with the European Commission in setting up a R&D fund which supports deployment of new technologies in the field of clean hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my name is Maciej Mazur. I'm Managing Director and CEO of the Polish Alternative Fuels Association, and I will have the pleasure to be a moderator of this panel discussion. And let me start with asking the first question to His Excellency. It's not working. It's working. All right. I think we all see how Dubai is changing. Expo 2020 is impressive. Saying impressive is to say nothing. It's really something huge. But I would like to ask you, how can Dubai Investment Development Agency play a role in achieving climate neutrality?
Thank you, and pleasure to be here with you today. We at Dubai Investment Development Agency, first of all, we are mandated to attract investment into Dubai. So we do promotion, we do attraction, we do facilitation for companies to set up here, and we have also an aftercare and growth support. In 2010, we embarked on it was more of a project that we're trying to look at. It was on clean technology, and that was a discussion that we had on how we can add up a new sector to the city in a difficult time at 2010. We went through many different areas, but we focused on clean technology, of course. We got support from His Highness the Crown Prince of Dubai, Sheikh Hamdan Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. We initiated something called Dubai Green Economy Partnership. It was a partnership between the private sector, the government sector, and some NGOs. And we went through the different cycle of introducing Dubai to the world and certain different elements that Dubai have already achieved in clean technology, including the Freight Gate 5 of Danata at the airport, which was the first storage facility with carbon friendly, where it reduced some percentages on almost 45% reduction. We went with also a few other companies, including a neutral fuel, which is a biofuel production from cooking oil in 2013. Many of other things that we have achieved was through bringing the private sector and the government sector together to play a role on what we were seeing, an opportunity that it will grow. Many different activities went through. We had a community, we have a series of green economy series, and later on also the authorities went very aggressive into that. And I remember DEWA, the Dubai Water and Electricity Company or Authority, have taken the whole mile and ran with it up to the level that they organized the World Green Economy Summit in Dubai, and 2 years later they convinced the United Nations to put the World Green Economy Organization in Dubai. That was in 2017. So this is one part of the experience that we think IPAs or investment promotion agencies could play into facilitating the different roles of the private and the government and some NGOs as well, also into attraction of different investment and focusing on an investment that will create value in the economy and will talk or will bring a future prospect that we may not see sometimes in the years, the 2 to 3 years to come, but it will have an effect on that. I think this participation of the government and private sector with the leadership of Dubai FDI brought significant collaboration, experience, talent to the region through the Dubai opening and that. And we're standing today with some of the world's best experience in solar. I think we went to, in Shams, Dubai, they broke a world record of cost per kilowatt to almost a little below 1 cent. So that is a big achievement through, if we talk about 10 years of experience that we started with. And these are, as we said, a role of IPAs that can play a connecting role between government, private, and also the future of the cities or countries or provinces, strategies to attract
investment in green economy.
Thank you very much. That's really impressive. So it's all about building a proper ecosystem in which it all can grow. I would like to focus right now a little bit on the main topic of our panel, and our topic is hydrogen, and I would like to turn to Mr. Grzegorz Jóźwiak from PKN Orlen, and I would like to ask you, what is Orlen's strategy in the field of hydrogen? I know that you've got some slides prepared and even short movie, so I'll give it to you, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, we announced carbon neutrality achievement in 2050, so for us hydrogen is one of the few elements which we need for achievement this goal. This is not easy, this is big responsibility, but on the other hand, this is also a big opportunity for our region. And today I would like to present one of our flagship project in our hydrogen program in PKN Orlen. This is Hydrogen Eagle project, and this is infrastructure project connected with implementation on hydrogen economy in Central Europe, in Poland, Czech Republic and Slovakia. We would like to produce hydrogen in distributed way, and we would like to cover the full value chain of hydrogen. So we have production stream in this project, distribution and utilization of hydrogen. If you are talking about production, we try to prepare this project as a production of hydrogen in diversified way, so not only focused on hydrogen produced based on renewable energy sources, but also from waste to hydrogen technologies. And main parameters of this project is 250 megawatts of green hydrogen production from electrolysis process based on offshore wind farms electricity and PV farms electricity. But parallelly, we would like to implement the projects of waste to hydrogen conversion. This is based on circular economy, so we would like to first reprocess municipal waste and recover every hydrocarbons which we can, and the rest of the municipal waste convert to the hydrogen. So this is the approach of circular economy. And if you are talking about the utilization side, we would like to use hydrogen for transportation as a main direction. So this is big infrastructure project of building 102 hydrogen refueling station. But also we would like to in the future connect to the European hydrogen backbone, just to also utilize the hydrogen production to the decarbonization of, let's say, chemicals industries. This project is connected with the main goal of this project. This is CO2 decreasing, CO2 emission decreasing. So we expect the CO2 emission decreasing about 1 million ton per year. Also, this is example of shift from conventional fuels to the hydrogen fuel in the transportation. And this is important step in infrastructure building in Central Europe. We cooperate in other countries also just to build some kind of hydrogen transportation corridors like North European corridor dedicated for transport. This project is based on diversified way of production of hydrogen, so we also focus on energy security in our region. This project gives and will create over 5,000 new jobs, direct and indirect jobs, as well as solve partially the problem of municipal waste management based on circular economy approach. And we expect that after implementation of this project, after 2030, the hydrogen scalability will be in logarithmic way. And generally, we submit this project to the important project of Common European Union Interest program. This is big infrastructure project, so we expect some kind of subsidy for this project. Now we are waiting for decision of European Commission for notification of this project for financial helping. So summarizing Hydrogen Eagle project, this is 250 megawatts installed electricity capacity, 50,000 ton of clean hydrogen production, and 1 million ton of CO2 reduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and probably it's worth to underline that this project is very important. By the name of this project, Hydrogen Eagle, Eagle is not only an emblem of Orlen, but as well an emblem of Poland. So that's the proof how important this project probably is. All right, let's now go back to the Middle East. We've discussed how those issues are important for any single region all around the world, but I would like to ask you, Mr. Nasser Saidi, what are the prospects for hydrogen in the Gulf Cooperation Council? So how important they are for this region?
Thank you. I think it's good to start at a high level and remind ourselves why renewable energy and therefore hydrogen is important for the region. Strategically, there are three issues. Number one, and I think Fahad was mentioning this, you need to diversify your economy away from dependence on oil and gas. You cannot be subject all the time to variations and volatility of oil prices. That's number one. So you want to diversify economic activity. Number two, this region of the world, the Arab region as a whole and the GCC, is a climate hotspot. Rising temperatures, not enough water, increased desertification, all of those are big challenges. And therefore, you need to decarbonize. For example, last summer, temperatures in Kuwait City reached 52 degrees Celsius, just to give you an idea. The third reason is, of course, the world is going towards an energy transition, moving away from fossil fuels towards clean energy, renewable energy. So these three reasons underlie the need for investing in clean energy and clean technology, which all the countries of the region are now doing. So if I focus particularly on hydrogen, at the moment there's some $55 billion worth of projects being invested in across the region. 30% of that is in the UAE, about 20% is in Egypt and in Morocco, about 10% in Saudi Arabia and Oman, and increasing. So they're going to be producing a capacity of about 5.4 million tons in the years to come. Now, this is all important because if you look forward, the projections are that hydrogen will be contributing something like 12% of total energy requirements by 2050. Now, that is a large number. I just need to remind everybody, this is not the first time we've been talking about hydrogen. We talked about the promise of hydrogen in the 1970s, the 1980s, the 1990s. It did not happen because the technology was not there to provide you with a cheap source of energy. So what we need to focus on is what are the requirements in order for hydrogen to fulfill its promise. And to begin with, there is not one type of hydrogen. There are at least 4 types of hydrogen. There's green hydrogen that is produced using renewable energy. There's blue, there's brown, and gray, different types of hydrogen. So importantly, if you want to grow the market, you need to agree first, what is hydrogen? Because if you do not agree what the certification is and what types of hydrogen, you cannot establish a market. And the most important thing is to establish a market for hydrogen. If you want to establish a market, several requirements are needed. You have to invest in the infrastructure. How do you transport it? Is it liquid or not? Do you use it in one form in one country, in another form in another? Most important, what are the uses of hydrogen? You were mentioning a bit earlier the use in transport. And yes, we are thinking of hydrogen as being a major use in transport, but there are many other uses for hydrogen and ammonia. So number one is, let's agree investment in infrastructure. Let's agree the certification and standards to be imposed for hydrogen. Number three, currently the hydrogen is always on a bilateral basis between two countries, mainly, or two organizations. We need to have hydrogen enter into international trade. And in order for it to go into international trade, countries need to agree what is the strategy for the energy sector and what is the role of hydrogen within that overall strategy. Insofar as the GCC countries are concerned, being able to move into hydrogen is going to be essential, particularly in terms of trade with the European Union. As we all know, the European Union by 2024 is going to be imposing a carbon tax on imports which are highly carbon intensive. For the GCC countries, that includes, of course, oil and gas, but also includes areas in which they diversified, such as aluminum, steel, and others, which are highly energy intensive. So for the GCC countries, this poses a challenge. And therefore, going into hydrogen and products which are based on hydrogen energy can be a solution for addressing the carbon tax that the EU and maybe other countries will be imposing in years to come. So expect that hydrogen, for many of the countries of the region, is going to be a major component of their strategy. It is already the case for the UAE. Saudi is moving in that direction, so they will define hydrogen as a major area. So what does this mean for the companies from Poland and others that are here? It means that you have to think of how do you approach the market. Do not approach the market on a short-term basis. The types of investments that we're thinking about are long-term investments, 15 years and more. So you have to ask yourself, how do I fit into the strategy and policies of the GCC countries, particularly? Second, you need to think about partnering. If we're going to be developing a market, it means three types of cooperation. It means companies, governments, and technology specialists who define what the product is. So approach it from that point of view. Number three, you need to think of transferring knowledge of the technology. Don't think of selling products. That will not work. You need to think of partnering with state-owned enterprises. If I look at, for example, the UAE, who is doing the investment, who's doing the major projects? It is government-owned companies, ADNOC, ENOC, DIWA, Mubadala, and others. So those are going to be your partners, but they're looking for a sharing of the technology. So approach it from that long-term point of view. I know this is not easy, but this is the sort of thing that, say, Poland and the UAE, Poland and Saudi and others need to think, putting in place trade agreements and cooperation agreements. Thank you.
Cannot agree more with what you said. I think that we need to push forward green energy, and we should not treat this as our goal. We should treat it as our duty, and we've got to do it. Let's focus for a moment on Poland once again. Let's have a look on hydrogen from the Polish perspective. So I would like to ask Mr. Tomasz Meda, one of the leading experts in the field of hydrogen in Poland, how hydrogen is developing in Poland. We've got some successes. For example, we've got hydrogen agreement being signed. What is it, and is it really important for all of us?
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you that I'm privileged to be here. So, Poland has a very specific situation among European Union member states because we are a highly carbonized country. So in the world of determinants like, for example, new European Green Deal with net zero goal in 2050, the task of Poland seems to be much bigger than anywhere else in Europe. But at the same moment, we can think about this as an opportunity of investment, of growth, of change, and this is exactly our approach. I have to say, I'm working on hydrogen since 2014. I'm half Japanese, half Polish by origin, so I experienced the hydrogen development in Japan and tried to implement it also in Poland as well since 2014. And I can say that it was very hard, and let's say green or low emission hydrogen was almost non-existent in the Polish discourse until December 2020 when new European Green Deal was signed. But from this moment, some kind of miracle appeared, and among these, the agreement you mentioned is one of those. So this is the sector agreement of government, the business, the science to cooperate to create a mutual perspective on hydrogen. A few hundred people from all these sectors took active part to create this agreement. It was also parallel with preparation of hydrogen strategy by Polish government, which is right now signed by government, and now we are working on the Polish hydrogen law. But looking for this from a wider angle, we can say that, okay, for green or zero emission hydrogen, there is no market yet. It's right now, it's been created. We are creating this very intensively, but it will take us at least 10 years to achieve the market. But when we see what's happening in European Union, there is another opportunity to introduce green hydrogen economy. All of the world, I think also in this region, everyone is considering green ammonia and green methanol as a hydrogen derivatives, green hydrogen derivatives as a hydrogen carriers, easy to transport, easy to store, and I think these kind of projects are happening everywhere. I heard in this region especially there are big investment in this field. By accident in Poland we have 100 years of experience in ammonia generation and synthesis. What does it mean? You can buy technology, but when you have ingredients, then you have to know how to cook. So this is exactly what this experience is all about. We know what kind of hydrogen we should use to have what kind of ammonia in the end, and so on and so on. This is 100 years that it's a really, really valuable asset I think I can observe this right now in our activity in Portugal, how important it is. This is why I think Poland can really contribute in moving things faster, because although there is no green hydrogen market yet, but there is already green ammonia, green methanol market at the moment. The companies want to buy as much as possible of those green chemicals, and creating the opportunity of production of green ammonia, which is exactly the same process like green hydrogen. First we have renewables, then we have electrolysis of green hydrogen, then we mix this green hydrogen with nitrogen from the air, and this is how we get ammonia. So creating this market right now with the demand that we have right now is a chance to grow with to be prepared for hydrogen future. I attaching the map of the projects that right now has begun in Poland, and please believe me that when this map would be created in December 2020, maybe that would be one project of Orlen, maybe one more, maybe two projects. But now, that's all of this happened since last December. Yes, so this is very significant and shows how dynamically situation is changing. I think maybe not all of the projects, maybe I missed some projects on this map, but yes, this is really impressive, and I'm very, very optimistic. And also, I think that our 100 years of experience in ammonia could be also a contribution here in this region. I think maybe this cooperation would be also valuable for both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As we see on the slide, the situation is changing rapidly. About 5 hydrogen clusters, about 30 projects in total, so quite a lot is happening right now. I suppose that quite a lot is happening in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well, and I would like to turn right now to Mr. Vayi Khalid Bamair, CEO of Taknia Energy, to tell us a little more about the situation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but as well to tell us about Taknia Energy and goals of the company, because as I read, Taknia's mandate is to drive the strategic and sustainable diversification, and that the responsibility of the company is to minimize the impact of the environment. So that's very, very good to hear, and please elaborate on this.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Exactly as you said, Taknia Energy is mandated actually to contribute to the economy of Saudi Arabia of diversification. But if you don't mind, actually, in my point of view, it's beneficial to share a couple of slides, and I would like, as we are speaking on energy panel, I would like to stand up so we have more energy in the room. So I would like to share with you the story of Saudi Arabia and clean energy. As you know, Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have been playing a main role in the international energy economy, as helping in driving and developing the growth of the economy and the energy market. So we came to a point where we launched the vision of 2030. So the vision of 2030 actually is a sustainable vision, sustainable the future of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, helping with sustainability of the heart of the development, the growth of the Saudi Arabian, everything the kingdom does. Development, policy, down the road infrastructure, and investment. It was a great, ambitious target. So then it comes what we call it the Green Initiative, Saudi Green Initiative. It has an ambitious, actually aims by having a target of net zero emission by 2060. The aim of this initiative actually relies on the 3 main pillars. First one is increasing the reliance on renewable and clean energy. Second, actually, to reduce the impact of fossil fuels. Third is the combat of the climate change. It's a tremendous, actually, since then, the kingdom has shown and made a great, tremendous progress in this regard by implementing and deploying renewable energy in Saudi Arabia, doing a lot of activities, but yet there is much more to be done in the future. So by actually, hopefully, we understand actually now our responsibility as a main producer of oil and exporter of energy in the world, our responsibility to take a role and to advance the fight against the unique environmental challenges and crises that the whole world are facing. So Then it came after that, we would like to position ourselves as a leader in the circular carbon economy. We introduced the 4Rs concept, which is reduce, remove, recycle, and reuse. By reducing, so we're trying to use all mitigation options and possibility to reduce the CO2 emissions, either using hydrogen, introducing the hydrogen, renewable energy, solar, wind, and other technology, as well as reuse it, where we can reuse the carbon in other, as a feedstock for other industry. Steel, could be other, as mentioned before, as well as reuse, as recycling, so also we can be used as fertilizer, other technology, remove by using, for example, the carbon storage systems. So we put a very ambitious target for us we would like to achieve. So as you can see here is a 50% by 2023 we would like to achieve 50% of energy capacity to come from renewable energy by 2030, as well as to having 10 billion trees just planted on Saudi Arabia by that time, as well as to have more 30% protected land from the coastal area and the ecosystem, as well as 103 million tons of carbon emission to be eliminated. As a leader, not only in Saudi Arabia, we would like to encourage everyone, and hopefully our vision inspire others to take a step forward in the future by being more greener. So 50 million, one of our targets is to have 50 billion trees also to be implemented in the whole Middle East, not only in Saudi Arabia. Just the national initiative aims is to improve the quality of life and protect future generations by increasing the reliance on renewable energy, as I said, and offsetting the impact of fossil fuels and protecting the environment. I would just like to end up with a quote, is taking the beginning of this journey of being greener, it was not an easy, yet we are not avoiding the tough decisions, but we reject the choices between preserving the economy and protecting the environment. Today we are sitting here, you and me, your kids, next generation, is our choice today, either to let them to have a better future, bright future, healthy life, or we destroy their economy and next generation. So by this, I'm ending my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very, very much. That was really interesting. 130 million tons of carbon emission being eliminated by 2030. That's a kind of a big goal and a big challenge. We keep our fingers crossed, that's for sure. And can you tell us a little bit more about Taqnia Energy company? How those goals you mentioned in the presentation are being fulfilled by for example, Taqnia's?
Sure. Actually, Taqnia Energy working on 3 different mainstreams, which first is in the energy production, including renewable energy and hydrogen. We are introducing, or we have started the first IPP solar power project in Saudi Arabia, which is called Layla, as well as now we are working on the hydrogen technology to be introduced to the kingdom in order to meet the requirement and target that we are working on. Secondly, we are also working from the energy efficiency point of view in order to working hard to reduce the demand, I would say, from the demand and production side, the consumption, in order to reduce the carbon emissions being generated out of this. Third part, which is the smart city. As you know, the smart city is having also a very important impact in Saudi Arabia now. So the Taqnia Energy is a technology-oriented company where we are looking for a technology and looking for a partner to work with us, helping not only just to deploy projects, but it's more than that, looking at across the whole value chain in terms of technology, manufacturing, engineering, and production, and implementing the technology. So we are looking for a partner. We are open. I would say, as a Saudi citizen, with open hands and hearts, I would like to welcome all of you from Poland to come and visit us and to start exploring the opportunity. As you know, you've seen there is a huge and ambitious target in the country in all kind of segments, starting from hydrogen to renewable energy, investor, developer, infrastructure. So you are more than welcome actually to come and visit and try to explore. And I'm sure you will find a lot of interesting area where we can collaborate. I'm not just talking about Taqni Energy, but talking overall about the whole country. Coming back to Taqni Energy, in this role, we would like to contribute, as I said, to the GDP of the country by diversifying the economy. As you know, we've been relying heavily on oil production for the economy of Saudi Arabia, but if we continue business as usual, so we will be facing a very tough and challenging time. That's why we introduced the vision of 2030 in order to start working from now and finding solution and resolve the challenge that we're gonna face if we continue business as usual. And Taqni Energy role is to contribute from energy point of view in this regard, as I said.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
All right, so right now I would like to turn to Mr. Konrad Szonkowski, Managing Director of the IRP, to hear what is the role of IRP in the energy transformation, because you've got 76 subsidiary companies. I was not aware that so many companies are being owned by IRP, so I suppose you are active in almost every field. Please elaborate a little bit more on that.
Thank you very much. When we start to design the feasibility study for our green energy strategy some time ago, there was only one question raised, the crucial question: why the hydrogen? Do we really need such kind of sophistication? And following to the today's great speakers, yes, we need hydrogen. We need this gas because it can be used to power turbines, furnaces, fuel cells without any emission. Because it allows us to close the energy in time and space, so it has some kind of storage function. Because it is a cousin of natural gas. We know now that it will be difficult to survive in the existing economy without natural gas. So we can imagine that without carbonized, future will be difficult. Hydrogen helps us to balance the power system, the carbonized road, rail, water, and air transport. And finally, we can obtain it as a waste, yes? So from the country perspective, in ERP we see great potential resulting from the location of Poland in Europe, which have natural gas transmission infrastructure connected with Germany. Poland also has the second largest heating network in Europe and is a significant producer of hydrogen that was mentioned by Grzegorz. In ARP, we see also the strong need for transformation of our energy consumption assets, initiating the hydrogen projects in our companies, as well as participating in hydrogen valleys. We hope that 5 up to 7 will be created in the nearest future. Let me give you some examples of our strong involvement in particular projects. This is on the next slide, please. There are companies from. Oh, thank you very much. From the group, the first one and probably the most important is SKSM. It's quite difficult pronunciation. We want to initiate the installation of 250 megawatts of installed capacity from electrolyzers. The second example is a bus, are vehicles which produce buses with hydrogen installation. We can also produce the locos in our company called FPS. And finally, the Baltic Group is strongly involved currently in a green energy offshore project. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And right now I would like to ask Mr. Grzegorz Pawelec, you are representative of Hydrogen Europe, so you know what's happening not only in Poland but in whole Europe. What should Poland do next after signing all those agreements, after doing all those projects we've seen on Tomasz Homeda's slide? What is the next step? how to establish our position?
Well, first, we should maybe talk less about the fact that we are already leaders in hydrogen, because I hear that a lot, and there's a risk that this will breed some kind of complacency, because we are leaders in grey hydrogen production, and this is a declining market. So we need to clearly acknowledge that. It's true that we have already quite a lot of expertise. I mean, Orlen has all the know-how already in place of how to produce hydrogen safely, how to handle it safely, how to store it. That's all true. We have that know-how, but we need also to acknowledge the fact that we need to really accelerate now on the other colors of hydrogen, let's say. So it was mentioned green, blue, that's all very relevant, and this is something that we should really now try to pivot towards, to move away from grey towards green and blue. And then what can we do as say, for governments? I mean, there are plenty of things, of course, that need to be put in place, and you'll hear all about it on all the conference, that we need a clear and secure and stable legal framework. We need some kind of subsidies, at least at the beginning, to support the initial projects. But if I were to pick two major points for the government to focus really on, first is development of the technologies. As I mentioned, I represent Hydrogen Europe, which is partners of the European Commission in the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, which is a program set up to support R&D in the field of clean hydrogen technologies. And it has been going on for 14 years now. So it's a lot of actual work and a lot of technologies being developed, and Poland was not very active so far in that field. So on one hand, you might think that, I mean, we are lagging behind. And while that is somehow true, I think if you consider the fact that over those 14 years, a total of 1 billion euro was spent, then you see, I mean, okay, 1 billion euro, although it's a lot, it's not that much. There is still plenty of opportunities to really catch up. So if Poland would really put hydrogen as a strategy pillar of its own future development and really put it, on our own National Research and Development Center as a strategy objective to develop those technologies, with 1 billion euro, this is something Poland can easily afford. We can catch up really fast and really develop some of those key technologies in-house. I mean, those electrolyzers which I mentioned, I mean, there are projects worth of hundreds of gigawatts of electrolyzers in the pipeline, and many hundreds more will be needed. There are no capacities in Europe and in the world to produce all those electrolyzers currently. So there are huge opportunities on the market to focus on a couple of key technologies and really focus on them and develop them, and we can really lead in Europe in being the providers of those technologies. Now, for the second thing, I would say also, when it comes to green hydrogen, we also need to acknowledge that while we need a lot of it, Poland is not really a place where it will be really cheap to produce renewable hydrogen, probably ever. I mean, we don't get much sun. When it comes to wind, I mean, where the hydrogen is needed, those are industrial areas where, I mean, there is limit to how much wind you can develop. Offshore wind will be needed to decarbonize the grid in first as a priority. So we need to also acknowledge that probably at some point we will need imports of hydrogen, of green hydrogen, and this needs to be cheap green hydrogen for our industry to stay cost competitive. And that is one of the areas where we need industries. Even Orlen cannot do it alone. If you would like to import hydrogen from Saudi Arabia, the cheapest way would be via pipeline. But I mean, no country alone can do it. So this is clearly an area where governments need to work together to make that happen. Even if you would like to ship hydrogen via, as a form of ammonia, which is mentioned, or methanol, even for that you need government support. I mean, you need infrastructure, you need receiving facilities in maritime ports. And you also need, a clear market for that ammonia if it's in Poland, for it to make sense. Because I mean, you cannot import just a couple of tons. I mean, you need a market for hundreds of thousands of tons of it for it to make sense. So those were the two key issues I would like to highlight.
Thank you very much. So it's gonna be a very, very long run. And what we need is to collaborate. And right now, as we are running out of time, unfortunately, I would like to focus on the second goal of our today's debate, because the first one was to go briefly through all the energy topics, green energy topics, but I suppose even more important is right now to discuss what are the areas of bilateral cooperation. And I would like to ask you all, as we've got just a couple of minutes, to try to give your short statement how Poland and Arab countries can cooperate in the field of green energy in general. And I would like to ask His Excellency first.
Yes, thank you. I think UAE have identified 4 areas of long-term action plan. I'd like just to spell them directly for the sake of time. They are solar and alternative energy technology systems, the water management and desalination technologies, the waste management technologies, and efficient transport technologies. These are areas that the 4 different areas of a long-term action plan by UAE government for 2030 to 2050. There is another one that I'd like to mention, the ADNOC in hydrogen, which is, it has an existing plan to increase hydrogen production to 500 kiloton per annum, and it is exploring several new grounds and growth opportunities. In May 2021, ADNOC also announced that it will advance the world scale to a 1 million ton per annum on blue ammonia production facility in Al Ruwais, Abu Dhabi. ADNOC is the national oil company of UAE, and I think there is an opportunity for the gentleman here or also some other representative of other companies who are interested into that. These are a direct areas of interest if someone would like to connect, and will be happy to connect them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the perspective of PKN Orlen, one of the largest companies in Poland, what we can do together?
Yeah, I see, let's say, very similarities regarding the approach for this energy transition, especially if we are talking about this circular carbon economy. So this is a similar approach like PKN Orlen. We know that we can, let's say, use, for example, CO2 to produce synthetic fuels, which will be needed in maritime market as a jet fuel also. So in this area, and also the similarities like in big scale of production of hydrogen, because this can decrease cost of production. So we for sure focus on long-term vision. I fully agree with this statement, and prepare some kind of collaboration, big scale of production and utilization of hydrogen projects. So, and of course, we in PKN Orlen, we have competence almost in all technology of production of hydrogen, from electrolysis through the SMR and also gasification processes. So in this area, we are also open to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Saidi, we've discussed this issue before the panel, and we know that there are so many stakeholders, national governments, local governments, companies, NGOs. What we can do to make it happen?
Okay, let me be very practical, particularly for this audience. I mentioned right at the beginning an organization which is a not-for-profit NGO called CEBC MENA, Clean Energy Business Council, Clean Energy Business Council MENA.com. Visit the website. Now, it is a network for all companies working in clean energy and clean technology in the region. We have 5 working groups, so let me mention them. The first one is in climate finance. The second one is in energy efficiency. How do you reduce the amount of energy you use for producing output? Just to understand why that's important, the region uses twice as much energy to produce GDP as the average European or OECD country. So low-hanging fruit, energy efficiency, increasing energy efficiency. So we have a working group particularly on that. The third working group is on hydrogen and battery storage. That is companies working in hydrogen and battery storage. essential one. The fourth one is on e-mobility, e-transport, mobility. And the fifth one is a bit unusual, but you'll like it. It's called Women in Clean Energy, and trying to encourage more women to go into clean energy. So if you visit the website, you'll see a map of the region. I mentioned there's some 55 billion right now in terms of hydrogen investments going on, 1/3 here in the UAE. You'll see a map of all the projects across the region and how much is being produced or planned to be produced in each of the countries of the region. You'll also see a number of reports in there. And if you contact us, we'll be happy to have you join the CBC and therefore network with all the companies already working in the region. So an open invitation and very practical one for you.
Thank you very much. As we've discussed, we are doing almost the same and taking the same steps in PSPA. So it's worth doing it together for sure. And I'm quite sure that Polish Chamber of Commerce, being represented by Tomoho, is doing quite the same. So what's your opinion?
Oh, I totally agree, of course. And what I would like to add, there are two approaches on this new market of hydrogen and its derivatives. So the approach to replace somehow existing markets of gas and oil and you reuse its infrastructure. So we are talking about big production, big trade all over the world, maybe from the region to Europe, and so on and so on. But also there is another approach that green hydrogen is a facilitator of dispersion of the markets. Why? Because the cheapest way to get the green hydrogen is to use it in the location you produce it. Yes, so we'll see how it's going to develop. But we're observing in Poland, especially because of our district heating network that was mentioned, we have 443 district heating systems in Poland, all fired by coal at the moment. It will be replaced. And it seems that not be replaced by gas, as we thought 2 years ago, but with hydrogen. That means that also in Poland there will be dispersed market of hydrogen. What does it mean? That means that in Poland, with such bad conditions for renewables energy, with lack of sun, lack of wind, we're going to try to achieve high efficiency of business models. I'm not saying the high efficiency of production of hydrogen, but high efficiency of business models to produce hydrogen. Maybe this is exactly the field of exchange of our experiences, but also I would like to invite all of you to invest in Polish growth of green economy, because I think it will be significant. I'm saying if you can do it in Poland, you can do it everywhere. Thank you.
Cannot agree more. Thank you very much. Mr. Bamher, I've read in one of the interviews that Technia Energy has partners from Netherlands, Singapore, Denmark, and before our panel I heard from you that you already got some from Poland. So are we on the right track?
Actually we already, since I think now 4 or 5 years. We have our colleagues here from NET. They are our friends. Actually, we've been working together since 4 years on transferring technology and developing the market on energy efficiency program. So actually we already have Polish already are working on Saudi Arabia heavily, intensively, in energy market. Yet, talking about the opportunity in Saudi Arabia, let me focus only on hydrogen, because I'm talking about a lot, but focusing on hydrogen. There is already a hydrogen strategy being already placed in Saudi Arabia, focusing into 3 main sectors, mainly production, export, as well as the domestic uses. When we talk about domestic uses, mainly will be transportation, low and heavy duty vehicles, as well as which is also could be potentially export the alternative fuels, talking about marine aviations, as well as also for steel manufacturing. And the last one, which is transportation, it could be conversion or reconversion. And also we talk about the challenges of such a transportation. Ammonia could be another solution. But there is a long-term and a short-term strategy, which is here would come the area of collaboration that could be we could work on. In the short term and the medium term, we'll be focusing only on the local and domestic use cases of transportation. So we have already set a target between 10 to 15% of some of transportation activities to be localized, taxis, as well as some trucks. For the longer term, there is actually we'll have demo, pilot, and R&D activities in production, transportation. So in production, for example, we are focusing on electrolyzer as well as carbon capturing, and for transportation could be liquefaction of several kind of material, either could be in hydrogen, could be in ammonia and carbon, how it can be used, and as well as the transportation. So this is just in a nutshell what exactly an area of collaboration for hydrogen, yet we know that we understand that there is a potential or there is a value proposition of Saudi Arabia that has in order to be a leader in hydrogen technology from 3 points of view, from the green and from the blue and from the transportation. We already have the existing infrastructure that we are having in conventional, so it can be used on hydrogen. As well as for green hydrogen, we already have the lowest prices of renewable energy, as well as a large land available and can be suitable for renewable energy. And for blue, already the lowest natural gas cost, as well as an abundant CO2 potential storage area. So I think those are areas of collaboration that we can work on in hydrogen perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trzankowski. Having so many subsidiary companies means that looking for opportunities is a natural path to take, and collaboration, I suppose, it's happening all the time. But in the field of green energy, what are your recommendations?
I think that now we should focus mainly on financing, because if you want to finance every single initiative on the commercial basis, we need to create or prove some kind of future or existing repayment capacity for this. And we already know that at the initial stage of development of hydrogen technology, this is a little bit difficult to do it. So now we need to focus on, let's say, 3 main areas, 3 pillars of such financing. The first one is government, because as I mentioned, at the existing stage and the initial stage of this, there is some kind of equity gap which needs to be covered by the government. So in Poland currently, we can see that there are some government authorities which can offer a strong support. I mean the BGK Bank, I mean PFR and NCBIR. ARP as also quasi-government arm also offer its innovation development to the Open Innovation Network. We offer the grants for technology transfers for small and medium companies, even up to 200,000 zlotys per project. From the private sector, I can see the huge collaboration space, because those projects we based on the European track records needs to be also co-supported by private companies. And finally, the European Union support. The launch of appropriate larger funds under national programs are probably a matter of time, but today we can observe also some initiatives from the European Commission, including InvestEU, for example, operated by BGK Bank. So the financing, from our perspective, this is a subject to focus in the nearest future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pavel, let's assume for a moment that we've got enough money. What are the areas of bilateral cooperation, having money and just choosing proper projects?
Yeah, that's a good assumption. I'd like that to be true, but I would say that when we, especially in this kind of gremium that you have, and we have Middle East countries and Poland, I think we need to realize that for green or low carbon hydrogen to make sense, we need large scale. So while I fully agree that technology transfer is important, financing is important, all of that we've mentioned so far is important, we also need to think about developing really large-scale project, not pilot demonstration, but really large-scale implementation. I mean, to decarbonize a one ammonia plant, you need a couple of gigawatts of renewable energies. And that's sometimes a bit beyond just one company's capabilities of delivering, and that's something that I guess if you would have an investor from the Middle East that is already also involved a bit upstream in the natural gas supply, the margins can be a bit reduced, maybe to make it a bit more sense easily, and also if he maybe invests along the value chain in the equipment that's needed to deliver that hydrogen, the business case will be much easier achievable than if it would be just company X in Poland delivering or ordering a certain amounts of hydrogen from whomever, because there, at least currently, in the current regulatory setup, there is no way of making that work. And also, if you have large scale, as I mentioned, now suddenly shipping of hydrogen makes sense, pipelines of hydrogen start to make sense. So really, I would like to stress that if you were to collaborate on something, we should think big, really, to focus on those large scale projects, because then low carbon hydrogen really makes sense.
So we've got to think big. That's the sum up of today's panels. We've run out of time, unfortunately, so I'm sure that we would love to keep this discussion forward, but we've got to end here, and I would like to thank you all for joining this panel. I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Fahad Al-Gergawi. I would like to thank Mr. Grzegorz Jóźwiak, Mr. Nasser Saidi, Mr. Tomoho Umeda, Mr. Wael Khaled Bamher, Mr. Konrad Trzonkowski, and Mr. Grzegorz Pawelec. My name is Maciej Mazur, and it was a huge pleasure to be a moderator of this panel. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for your attention. I would like to invite you for a short coffee break. Please come back at 11:30 for the second session. أدعوكم لتناول القهوة في بريك قصير ثم العودة في تمام الساعة 11:00.
We're going to be back at 11:15 when the next session is going to start.
نواصل بحضوركم الكريم أعمال المنتدى الاقتصادي البولندي العربي. الجلسة الآن ستتحدث عن الاقتصاد الرقمي، فرص جديدة للمجتمعات الحديثة، وجلسة أخرى ستكون في الطابق الثاني حول آفاق فرص الاستثمار.
So now the second session is going to be about
Now we have a session about a digital economy. I would like to invite Leopold Ajami. He is the moderator for this session.
Here's a small fact. I have a very, very, very bad reputation. When people ask me what do, I usually say my name is Leopold Ajami and I'm a creative philosopher. And when I say philosopher, they smile. They smile with expectation of something very complex. Something is very huge and complex going on. And I get that. You know, philosophy is very complex sometimes. But also our topic today on digital economy is very, very complex. And it's big, and it entails so many different questions. Now, unlike most philosophers, I like to keep things very, very simple. And I learned that art from my 3-year-old daughter. She taught me that if things are not concrete and simple, she can't get them. So let me ask you first, who's a parent here? Raise your hand if you're a parent. Good, so let me ask you this question. Have you ever felt so excited yet terrified about the future and the future of your children? Yeah. Right? I felt that many times. And I think the reason why we feel that is because every time we look ahead, we have to assess what's at stake. And that will be the theme of today's session. That would be the core theme. This relationship between what's ahead of us in terms of digital economy and what's at stake. But I think what's very interesting and what's very important to all of us is that's the theme that makes us human. Machines have nothing at stake. Humans have their lives at stake. Now, having said that, it's my pleasure to start and introduce our top-notch speakers today to discuss the potentiality of digital economy and to get their input on life-promoting ideas in order to face uncertainties of the future. Thank you. I'm going to start with Mikołaj Rozeki. Mikołaj is the acting president at the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development. Welcome. Faisal Hamoud, Director and Business Development at Dubai Internet City and Dubai Outsource City. Good to have you, Faisal. Heidi Young, co-founder, Women in Cybersecurity, Middle East. Jamil Asfour, founder of Artelligence.ai. Sonia Van Dregovic, did I say it right? Partner at McKinsey & Company. Paolo Barbezino, Head of Multi-Channel Banking, Emirates MBD. Marcin Parafianovic, co-founder, fintech startup Trifix, and digital transformation expert. And last but not least, Zbigniew Nowicki, That's good. Co-managing director and partner at Blue Rank, and chairman at the Council of the Chamber of Digital Economy. Hello. Test. Okay, so as I said in my intro, we want to talk about what's ahead of us and what's at stake. And I think this is a very important topic because every time we look ahead, we look at opportunity, we want to make sure that the choices we're making have specific consequences, and we know what are these consequences. So I would like to start first, since the panel is called Digital Economy, New Opportunities for Modern Society. I would like to start with Mikawai. And, hello, can you hear me? Can
it works, yes.
Yeah. I would like to ask you about your vision, please, of the modern society. How do you envision a modern society? And I know that that's part of your work in Poland. So how do you envision that?
It's a really difficult, open question. And It's really close to history, tradition, culture, also geographical position of each nation, each country. And I think these are the reasons which give us some possible to invite how the future could work. Yesterday I saw one interesting public advertisement going from airport to the hotel with my friends. And it was public advertisement of your country, of United Emirates. It was written, the achievements in the past and the promises for the future. I think this is the really good first step to think, to talk about future. Future is always uncertain. And if you are talking about modern, I think it's strongly connected with values. And values are coming from culture, from history, from tradition, from heritage. Also, always, as I said, from geographical context. For me, personally, and as a citizen, I think that modern means that my country is the place where I want to set up, have families, work, but also is a country where public institutions are active. We are using the mindset like entrepreneurship state, so it is open for citizens, for entrepreneurs, and this is a space where we could discuss how to develop, and we could discuss to search solutions for the future. I think also that the really important thing is stability. Economic stability, geographical stability, low stability. If the situation is stable, I think it is better to plan the future in the long-term and short-term perspective.
So it's about planning, and it's about keeping the basic rights and being open to conversation and being open to ideas.
Also modern means for me, for example, that maybe it's hard vision, but each citizens could speak in foreign language, for example, just to cooperate with the others. We have still a lot to do. Modernist also means that especially for Poland, I think that the value means social cohesion and regional cohesion is really important. So modern means a country where we don't have such a big differences between between regions, but also between social groups.
Yeah, thank you. I want to go to Jamil, because when I think of modern society, I also think of machines and AI. And I heard a talk that you gave, a TED talk, and I recommend everyone to watch it. What's the name of the talk?
It's bridging the economy between human AI.
Human AI, absolutely. What I liked about that is that you brought in a very important paradox between machines and humans. And if I got it right, you said that in our pursuit for making machines better, it seems that we're becoming less human. Did I get it right? And I would love you to talk more about that.
Sure. So thank you so much, Leopold. So actually the title was Shifting Paradigm. When we talk about machine AI, one of the things that we're looking at today, we hear AI everywhere. I mean, artificial intelligence is taking over. Most companies are getting funding, more funding for adding additional AI elements. AI is supposed to be a force for good that's helping us really to free ourselves up and for the mundane work or the repetitive work to take over. There are different types of AI, narrow AI, general AI, and etc. But let's go back to basics. One of the challenging things that I have with AI, and I love technology, I'm a technologist, is today AI is supposed to perform a task. These tasks have a single perspective. The coders will write the code and will say, if rule this, do that. If this is done, do this. It doesn't think further. So as humans grow, we have different experiences. We have different perspectives. We think of things differently. We are multitaskers. We think more. We have different experiences. We have empathy. This is something you develop by time and from different backgrounds, different experience. So different human beings have different empathy, but machines don't. For example, when DeepMind, which was acquired by Google, they had AlphaGo, the machine, played the best champion of the world, the championship of the world with the champion of Go, the game Go, the Chinese version. It beat the champion. The champion who worked for many years to perfect these moves and beat many humans was crying in tears. The machine had no joy in beating the champion and didn't feel like hugging anyone and said, I won. It didn't care. So are we really teaching machines to become more human? That's philosophical debate. Or are we becoming more machines? Today, if you talk to a person, they will send an email at work. Who uses email at work? Everyone? Who documents whatever they're saying with their colleagues sometimes? Everyone? Are we really becoming more machines? Are we becoming less human? We're involving more lawyers. We're involving more, we're trying to cover our steps. We're missing ethics, things that we're learning as children. Children know ethics. So do we go back and teach people how to become more ethical? We focus on education. I think ultimately with these two things, with technology, this becomes a human AI.
This is a very important point because I think ethics is the crux of the issue whenever we're talking about digital economy. And I think it's one of the things that we talk less about. And that's why I want to jump to Heidi. And I want to ask you here about how do you think about the role of ethics, specifically when it comes to women? You work in cybersecurity, and there's a lot of ethical challenges there. So how do you think about that? How do you face the challenges, and what are the key challenges you face? At least from an ethical perspective.
So from an ethical perspective, when you're focusing on cybersecurity, then the first thing that comes to mind would be on your privacy.
Yeah.
And, we live in a digital world. The amount of information and data that is collected that we are sharing, we're on overload. Are we really being mindful of the information that we're collecting and how we're using it? On the ethical part, you want to look at from the children's standpoint of view on the information and the profiling that can be done from that perspective. But then from the adult side, when you look at privacy from where we are today versus where we were pre-pandemic, and what we are all willing to share and what we classify as private now versus then is completely different, and it has changed and it has evolved. So where we were pre-pandemic, we weren't sharing our healthcare status and more of this information regularly with employers, with getting into shopping centers, anything like that. So now that's no longer classed as private. So when you look ahead, what will be classified as private in 2 years' time? Now, when you have a look at the information that we're collecting, on the ethical side, then you really want to make sure and have a look at you talk about third-party assessments and third-party risks and all of the companies that are collecting and holding that data, what they're using it for, and not only what it's being used for today, but what it's going to be used for in 2 years' time. And again, from the ethical side, from when you look at our children, the information that is collected now that we're using, because everyone's digital, iPads, everything in schools and so forth. So the amount of information that is collected from a day to day, like bringing it down to a basic level. How many people's children have a Fitbit watch? Anyone? iPads, they have iCloud. All of this data that's being collected, how is it going to be used in the future? And we're putting trust in the third-party providers. We're putting trust in Apple, we're putting trust in Google, we're putting trust in Fitbit. All of these third parties, but how is it going to be used? And that's what we need to look for, and we need to be mindful, but we also need to question, and we really need to
Heidi, this is scary for me, right? Because I don't know how to think now about privacy. So if something is private today, is not private tomorrow, that's scary, right? Yeah. So how do you conceive that, and what's the standard by which we can judge what is private and what is open to public or open for sharing?
So what's private to you versus what's private to me could be two completely different things, and that needs to be recognized. But you do have your GDPR, your global data protection, but it's different from countries to countries, and there's not one set standard globally recognized. So, and that's where it gets a little bit interesting. So some countries don't have one, or it's in the process and so forth. So, we do need to come together and get a little bit better at recognizing the global standard for this because we're a digital world. The world is actually getting smaller as opposed to, your workforce is in different countries and so forth. So you're working here, but are your clients and your customers, where are they? Then you need to think about the protection laws in that country. It's hard. It's a challenge.
Yeah. Okay, Sonia, I'm going to move to you now. I want to ask you about your view of the effect of the pandemic on our lives, specifically the lives of women in the tech sector. Because it seems to me that the pandemic didn't just affect our lives and put our lives at stake, but also it changed our perception in how we look at things, whether positively or negatively. So what can you tell us about the effect of the pandemic?
Well, a few years ago, I made a speech that many people are referring to regarding internet. And it was on the occasion of a bank that I was working at that time.
I recommend everyone to watch it. That was fantastic, by the way. Can you tell us the name of the talk?
I don't remember that, guys. It was a few years ago, but if you Google my name, you will find it. It's not that many of them. Anyway, it was about expanding the reach from being physical into becoming digital. And I remember the conversations about making the internet being your playground. And people were arguing with me, oh, we need to open branches, we need to add people to the contact center. And I said, well, internet is bigger than any number of people that you can put into the contact center or any number of branches that you can open. But it's not only to put your little place on the internet where you sit and you wait for your customers to come. It's all about integrating yourselves with the others. It's about partnerships. It's about being embedded. To your point, the pandemic has made all of us believe it's true more than any time before. I remember people were telling me, oh, we cannot provide services to the customers without branches. Yes, we can. We can use Zoom, we can use Teams, we can use so many different platforms to provide services. We can use digital signature. What it meant for women? Well, at the beginning, it was tough. When we had to stay at home with small children and being online all the time when the schools and the kindergartens were closed, it was very tough. But on the other hand, when we still stayed at home and the schools have opened, everybody realized that we can actually be so much more effective. And so many new things became available to women because that space, internet, that anything that is related to that is allowing us to do things differently, remotely, and much more flexibly than just going and wasting time in the traffic, in standing in the queue, in doing all those different things that we used to do just physical, made a lot of difference.
Yeah, and I guess it's giving us more ideas for innovation, right? Like think about moms and entrepreneurs, like mompreneurs, like so many possibilities, right?
A lot of things, and not only the thing that is coming of how do I make the lives of the different moms better and easier, because I can set up a startup out of my computer at home, because now everybody is accepting that and everybody is going to use it, but also how much it changed the whole social economic situation. I spoke with you at the break about my recent trips to Saudi Arabia. That is very much known for being quite conservative as far as women and men relationships are concerned. People have separate schools. They basically do not see each other a lot. And I asked one of the person that I met there, guys, so you've got different schools from primary schools and then you are separated at the university. How do you guys meet? And you know what was the answer? We meet online. And that was very eye-opening for me.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Marcin, do you see similarities in the e-commerce sector, specifically the effect after the pandemic?
That's a very good question. I think the connotation of e-commerce is a little bit misleading because everybody thinks about the trade, right? Yeah. But the e-commerce is all about analyzing the data. It's all about getting this footprint to really know your customers with 360 view to provide upsell and cross-sell. And what we see now, we see the platforms that are growing, and we can see it like Amazon is the biggest one, of course. But Amazon owns the data. So at the end of the day, they don't release that data to the vendors. They can use that data for their advantage, and we can see it in the US when they analyze the bestsellers and they provide the so-called Amazon basics and basically getting rid out of from the market a lot of sellers from the marketplace to capture the margin. But what we can see now with post the pandemic, that the people move online, and there was a lot of talk from Heidi about the data and the privacy. So now all those companies, they want to grab the data, of course, that are there, and they want to reuse it, right, based on the different regulations which are there or not, depending on the jurisdiction, right? So what we can see now post-pandemic is the drive to gather more data, reuse it. Like on average, every of you produce around 117 gigabytes of data per year, and this will increase to 300 gigabytes. And Google is capturing 24% of that. So you can see how that drive is coming and how it's being used and can be misused, of course, in many different aspects. And the data is the new oil, right? So this is what we can see right now going on with the data and the e-commerce, right? So it's all about the data and understanding the customers and reusing that data.
Thank you. This reminds me of something related to Faisal. So you work at Dubai Internet City, and it seems to me that, I mean, we can all agree that hybrid is now the new normal, right? But how do you think about that when it comes to community-driven business? and with a mission to keep this balance healthy. How do you think about that in your work and in your mission?
Yeah, in fact, that's, again, a very good question, because this is, at the end of the day, it's a direct impact of this kind of pandemic that we've been through, that we have seen that even the workspace environment has changed. So now it is more challenging to basically bring back people to offices unless they are at a standard that is very comfortable. So we have seen basically, we started seeing some adaptation of new work environment. Now, in fact, also companies have realized over time that you don't really need to be in the office all the time. So many business partners have started considering having a kind of, some sort of 3 days a week in the office, 2 days, so some sort of partial participation in the office. Now, from a community perspective, of course, I think one of the main things that we have achieved over the past 20 years of operations Dubai Internet City is to bring all the companies together to create a community of a tech-savvy community. We have 24,000 people that work out from there, that they don't only come to work, but basically they enjoy life, they do yoga, they network with others around the spaces. Probably, you would hear and you're familiar with this. So we feel we feel that we need to play a very responsible role here in introducing basically this community activations again in order to engage and help our business partners bring back people to the offices at the comfort level that they would require.
This is very important because during the pandemic, I was one of the people who had the idea that, we're losing our sense of touch, right? And all businesses now will become online. But what you're saying now opens, different ideas. For example, now there are people who are creating things that are more tactile, experiences. Even when it comes to e-commerce, now we're focusing in retail, for example, on creating experiential retail. Do you agree with that?
Yes, without a doubt. The transformation is something that we have to go through.
Yeah.
And we're going through. The only thing that have happened, and it was something that is expected, but not at this speed. Yeah. The only thing that the pandemic brought into the picture is that it has expedited this kind of transformation numbers of times.
Yeah.
So for sure, without a doubt, you will see a lot of transformation from that.
Awesome. So here's something. So it's easy to see that the pandemic affected us from different perspectives, from looking at modern societies, from communities, from cybersecurity, from artificial intelligence, from e-commerce. But I want to go to Paulo, because you shared with me something online, which I found fascinating, about the perception or the way now consumers are thinking about savings. And you wouldn't imagine that, because I thought that people started spending more money during the pandemic. But you have also a different perspective that now there's a whole change of mindset about the importance of financial literacy and savings. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think this is one of the most relevant changes that we saw during the pandemic. So all of a sudden we saw credit card spend slowing down, and we felt, okay, this is natural. People are just not just going out and do their shopping. And you say that, yeah, there is a transition from the offline to the online, but if you look at the e-commerce share, the most advanced country, that is the UK, makes 30% of total retail on e-commerce. So the transition could, this drop in credit card spend and overall in discretionary spending could not been explained only by not only having access to retailers. And there was, I think, a big behavioral change that was happening. And that was you can see, for instance, if you look at a few of this investment or online brokers platform like Robinhood, but in general, this is a trend that you saw pretty much everywhere. You saw it here in Dubai as well. So people opening all of a sudden investment accounts or start trading. And you had also something really potentially also bad that happened in the UK, in the US with teenagers also like start investing in trading options. And there was a guy who was 16 who took his life because he did not understand that he was trading an option and he felt he was like overexposed and losing 700,000 US. But the big change is that people slow down at some point started thinking about their financial life in a very different way. And it's like, take us back to something that perhaps Sonia knows very well. It's like changing when you think about like your, say, in pre-pandemic times, when you think about like your financial life, you think mostly about the primary relationship you have with your bank, okay? And all of a sudden, not only because of the pandemic, because it's like it's a big trend about digitization of financial services. Digitization of financial services is not only simply shifting things outside of a branch into a digital branch. It's just like completely unbundling the financial experience. You no longer think about like one single provider as the ownership of your financial relationships, as the only one who is entitled to tell you about how to do with your life, what you do with your money. And the pandemic simply accelerated this, and people started looking at their money independently of their banks. And they started looking around different options. Say, okay, now I realize perhaps I may be out of job next month, they fire me. How much, there was like a very interesting survey run here about how many months of saving people had in the country, for how long they can survive without working. It was like a hard discovery for many, realizing that, okay, I can stay out of job, say 3 to 6 months if I'm lucky. But then what happens? Are you able to predict what's going to happen given the big change in the transfer in the pandemic? Will I have a job? Will my sector still be there? Think about people working in travel, for instance, or hospitality, travel or hospitality. Yeah. So people started looking at their money, their savings, their financial life in a very different way. And they start taking ownership. But this came with a lot of implications. All of a sudden, this is an entirely virtual relationship with not only one, but many potential providers, security being an issue. Before that, trust. I mean, do I trust you? Is this crypto or something that is worth investing, or or this financial institution? And then financial literacy. A big discovery was that not many people had the cognitive tools for understanding.
Yeah, so now we're excited, if I can say that, we're excited to create more, to be entrepreneurs, but we realize that many of us are unskilled properly for that task, right? Like we need to reskill, we need to relook at our education, our not just financial literacy, but even our ethical literacy and the whole spectrum. And here I want to go to Zbigniew. I want to ask you something which might sound a bit radical, but when I read it on your website, I was like, that's very powerful, very smart, and I want to hear you talk about it. So here's something interesting. When sometimes, and this happens throughout history, when we realize that a concept is very important, we turn it into a trend, we turn it into a buzzword. And you can see that with concepts that are very important, like equality, like diversity, like rights. So these are fundamental problems for our life, but suddenly they turn into buzzwords, right? And I was reading your website about marketing, and you said something that we should never look at customers equally, which makes sense, but for me it was very daring. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, Leopold, thank you for this question. And I must admit that it's kind of a philosophical one.
Yeah.
And of course the answer is also philosophical kind of, because it depends.
Yeah.
That's what always the consultants say to you, right?
Yeah.
And when you think if we are equal in front of the interface, in front of the AI, in front of the machine, we are equal, basically, because we are receiving the same message.
Yeah.
But on the other side, you have individuals, you have real humans that are receivers of this message or who want to get into interaction, get involved and engaged with the machine on the individual level. And in this case, we are not equal at all, because we all here in this panel, we are different. And all the listeners now, they are different too, because we have different needs, different habits, different perception of the reality, different customs. We are coming from different cultures, and everything, what we think, everything of that is actually the fundamental reason for the effective operation online, for the effective e-commerce, and for the effective digital marketing. And actually, that's what we do. Having in mind your question, I would like to refer to the previous panelists. Please. For example, Sonia mentioned about the transformation, and in fact, it's now a transformation of the really exponential curve. And this curve is adaptable for someone, and for the others is not. For example, the majority of the shoppers now online are millennials and Generation X. That's what we see here in Dubai as well, right? A young generation that is really adaptable to the conditions. And here we comes to Paulo about the savings, about the spending online. But this generation is very careful about spending money online, because 8 of 10 of them, first they want to look into reviews, into the content online. They want to learn from others' experiences, and then purchase the product that fits them best. When we speak about the security, Heidi mentioned the subject of the security, we are not equal again. Let's take 2 examples. The GDPR from EU that cover all the countries in European Union, actually a little bit modified to the local countries' requirements, but still on the same basis. And the California Data Protection Act in states. In states, it's not even equal on the federal level, because each state treats it in its own way. And for example, in Newark, you can collect the data really easily and without any detailed consent. But you cannot do it in California, because it's a California Data Protection Act. So,
I think Sonia is itching to answer you regarding the equality point. Go ahead.
Speaking of, I love the points that you made, and it reminds me of a life story of mine when we were launching a digital bank in India. And we basically went very wide, and people asked me questions, what is your customer segment? And usually when people in banking are asking you about customer segment, they mean either blue or gold or black. Yes, that's basically the thinking. And I said, what is the customer segment of Google? What is the customer segment of Facebook? Do we have a Facebook black and Facebook gold for the better and for the worse? No, we don't. Those platforms are accepting everyone. And then they try to understand our behavior, our needs, and they created a segment of one. And that one is you and me, because none of us is equal. Each of us is different. Each of us has different needs, different behaviors, different stage in life, and therefore, when we are thinking about putting new products into the market, new platforms, we need to understand that segmentation, what I called upfront segmentation, does not make much sense these days, because we are always victims to generalizing certain behaviors. Although I do not deny there are certain things that are common to us that make us equal, but on the other hand, each of us is an individual human being, which is very different.
Thank you. That was important, I think. And this, I want to move now to another segment, which is more on the opportunities in the UAE and in Poland. I want to talk to you, Jamil, about how do you think, grosso modo, AI is changing the way we do business? And what role is the UAE playing in helping people innovate and meeting all these big dreams, if I can put it this way?
Sure. So I'm going to probably do on the micro level the UAE, and then I'll do on the macro level the Arab world, but specifically UAE and Saudi Arabia,
Sure.
if that's possible.
Sure, go ahead.
The UAE, one of the first things that people ask me when they come and establish a business or they want to come here, how easy is it to establish a business? Who do I go to? How do I acquire customers to generate revenue? Or startups, they ask, how can I get funding? Where do I go? In the UAE, we have several hubs. Sharjah has one, Ras Al Khaimah has one, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi has created Hub 71. Dubai has created Area 2071. Dubai has a fund for Dubai Future Fund. It is for 1 billion dirhams that has been established recently. Abu Dhabi has several vehicles they have non-cash and cash incentives in Hub 71. It's under Ghadan 21 umbrella. You have Abu Dhabi Investment Office that will help people and entrepreneurs come and cater for setting you up, getting your trade licenses, enrolling you in ADGM or in DIFC, for example. There are several vehicles. Also, there are the big partners such as Mubadala, ADQ, SoftBank. This is for later series. If you're actually Series A and B, you probably need to go to Hub 71, Area 71.
Sorry, is there a place they can check all that?
They can go to Abu Dhabi Investment Office, and they can also Google Area 2071 in Dubai.
Area 2071.
In Dubai. And Abu Dhabi Investment Office is a one-stop shop, I'd say, that will connect you to all these. Now, Saudi Arabia has, of course, the PIF, and they have several vehicles. But ultimately, you need to come here. You don't need to know many people, but you need to know a vehicle. If you simply would go to Hub 71, they will direct you and you'll talk to the entrepreneurs. Another step that you need to focus on, what services are you ready to serve the country? Do your homework. If you want trade between Poland and the UAE, or you want to set up a business, don't come and just open another fintech company. We have plenty of these. Look at a niche, what exactly you can add in fintech, what can you add in healthcare. And this is where you need to come in. You pitch an idea. There are many actually entrepreneurs and VCs and seed investors and angel investors that will invest in you. The opportunity is here. We don't have taxes, so that's a great thing. That is exciting for individuals and for companies. And you have a large market. The largest is the UAE and Saudi Arabia. So this is what makes it exciting over here. Lots of opportunities.
Thank you. Faisal, can you offer us an idea about the funding investment landscape, some insight just for us to know what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think I and Jamil have to have a discussion just to do a little bit of more introduction about our incubator. M5 is one of the most successful incubators in the UAE. In fact, we have, just to give a little bit of landscape, in fact, we see that there are a lot of entrepreneurs here. Today we have, at least within M5, 264 active startups that have managed to secure over 1.4 billion dirhams worth of funding over the past 5 years, and 60% of that is basically in fintech in particular. I agree with Jamil on the fact that today there's a big opportunity in the market, and there are government-driven projects and plans that basically support this kind of digital requirement and innovation in order to achieve the visions that are mandated basically by the rulers and by the governments. One very important element here is the fact that what Zamir stressed on, I would like to also stress on, is the fact that you need to find a niche place in order to address. There are a lot of competition, but the market is very open. There is always an opportunity for unique things. I myself have visited Poland in 2018 on a mission to speak to tech basically leaders, entrepreneurs, and even went to and visited universities, and I've seen a huge amount of talent in AI, in algorithms, in robotics, which are very much required in the region. And I encourage everyone to basically explore opportunities, because there are opportunities, and Jamil as an entrepreneur has seen that himself, and this is what is the best person to advise on that.
Thank you. Mikawai, this gives me a segue to ask you on if you had any significant challenges when trying to support entrepreneurs to expand to the UAE, and if yes, what are the most important challenges you faced?
According maybe to information from you, it's really interesting because it gives a big opportunity for Polish startup ecosystem to cooperate with you. In the next years, we are planning as an agency to establish some programs dedicated to incubators, accelerators, to go abroad, to exchange methods, exchange know-hows, give common programs, and maybe organize some vocational stages. And it's good to hear, because now, for example, here at the conference room, we have representatives from our startup ecosystem. It is funny because at Tuesday, we met with one guy here at this stage in Puławy. It is a medium city between Warsaw and Lublin, in the southeast part of Poland, because there in Puławy we have technology park which is really active and has some incubator. And we were there just for demo day, and now we are here in Dubai, hearing about startup community here. So it is maybe a modern phase of Poland now. That Tuesday in Poland, Monday in Dubai. But challenges, yes. I think, as you said, I think really interesting and worth things that there are several opportunities, fundings, programs, possibilities, but the most important things is to address well the needs and the problems which each market has. And I think this is the big challenge to develop a mindset in the entrepreneurs' brains, that you have to address some problems and some needs, because if you have some products, okay, there are a lot of several products. It is really difficult to sell something just selling. So I think this is the biggest challenge, that you need to really go deeper into each market, sub-market, have relations, and try to address the needs and the problems.
Go ahead. I would also like to support Marcin here. Basically, I think one of the very important elements when you're trying to sell businesses, basically, is to understand the business culture in the region that you belong to. Now, across Europe, I know many of you maybe must have sold services across countries without even probably a proper meeting. But then the culture, the business culture here is very different. You need to be part of the region in order to be able to people still have the fear of basically, I mean that for us, the feel of being around is very important. And that forms a very important part of the deal, which creates trust. So this is one of the advices that I usually would like to give to all the companies that would like to consider coming to the region.
I second the opinion of my fellow panelist, Faisal, but also I want to add to this, one of the biggest challenges that I find for people coming into the region is expectation. They expect coming in, I'm sorry to say this, they expect uneducated people that are going to meet uneducated people. They're going to have a lot of money. They're going to give them their money and they can just do whatever they want. And that's not true. What they find is they find very sophisticated, actually, people on the other side of the panel. They find that they're challenging them technically, and they're pushing the envelope far and beyond what they were doing in their own countries. That's why the UAE, for example, is a home to 200 nationalities plus. So this is a big challenge of expectations. If you want to come here, you have to have stamina, and you have to really be creative to survive here, because there's a lot of competition from 200 plus nationalities, 10 million people. There are a lot of opportunities, there's a lot of funding, but you need to be part of here. Yeah.
Yes, you have really interesting example now, which could be really interesting and motivating for Polish entrepreneurs. We have Senti1. It's a small company, startup, which is like 3 or 5 weeks ago in October. They received money from Seed Group, and it is investment fund of Sheikh Al Maktoum, and decide to invest directly to Senti1. And one of the founders from Poland decided to move here to Dubai, and here establish a branch and also develop a company. And they are active in the field of voice assistance technologies, chatbots, voice bots, and it shows us that it is possible, but perhaps at your market there are a big need to develop such technologies, to develop them, and also that if you want to set up this business, you have to move here. You have to move here to Dubai.
Thank you so much. Marcin, I want to hear from you. You were going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add what Jamal and Faisal said about the differences of doing the business, because I think this is the most critical thing for the people who are here in the audience. So, like it was mentioned, you need to be around here, and I think extremely important is to build the relationship and trust. So this region, the culture is based on the relationship and on the trust. So the contractual things that are in the contract are secondary. They are not really enforceable in the courts here, but what is enforceable is in the relationship. And I tell you the maybe a little bit infantile story about renting the apartment in Fujairah, but it shows that culture, right? So my friend just rented a villa in Fujairah, which all the properties are owned by local Emiratis, right? You cannot own it as a foreigner. And the local person invited him first to his own house to show him around, to meet him, to have a coffee with him, a tea, share some dates, show him around the house. Also wanted to see some picture how my friend lives in Poland. And he said at the end of the day, the Emirati, like, I really like you, I really want you to live in my house. And this is something uncommon that you will not happen in Europe, right? In Europe, you will just write the contract and you will rent it, like can that person pay? Okay, I give it to them. But here, I think the tip that I would like to give you, right, is that if you have the opportunity with the business partners, invite them to your own country, invite them to Poland, show them their company, show them their house, invite them to your home, and this is how you can accelerate the business. Because everything is built very slowly here when it comes to the trust. So at SAP, we had some deals that took 3 years to close. 3 years to close the deal, right? So people change roles, it's a really big problem. Such deals you close in Europe 6 to 9 months. So have patience, build that relationship at the personal level, and this is the only way to be successful in this region.
I second that, by the way, because I went to Poland and I experienced extreme hospitality, and I think that's the theme of the Polish pavilion. So these are similarities. Please, Zygmunt.
Yeah, speaking about the advices from my first-hand experience. So I'm responsible for the international expansion of the company.
Yeah.
And okay, we deliver to 30 countries, mostly the European countries. But when I founded this concept, I always thought, okay, we will have always the global digital strategy for our clients, but this strategy must be localized later on and adjusted to the native conditions. And that's why when we speak about Dubai, we have a partner here that is a chain reaction. And I absolutely agree with Jamil that the people here are extremely educated, extremely smart, very advanced in technology, because the chain reaction we selected is probably the best player in EMEA region or in MENA region, right? And together with them, we are able to deploy the digital strategy to urban markets. But it wouldn't be possible to do it remote. That's kind of temptation. The companies from Europe, especially the ones that deliver digital products, because there is no physical trade, there is a temptation. Oh, we will deliver to States, we will deliver to Australia, we will deliver to Asia, and of course to the Emirates. No, it's not possible, because you will make it wrong, or it will be just average. And we are not talking about just average campaigns. We are talking about the top of the notch campaigns.
Sonia, you want to say something?
I just have a small advice also. My experience, although only 2 years being here, is that nothing secondary will win here. So if you are coming here with a product which is not top notch, I think it's not going to win. So it's one of the very important things that I learned, and I really value that. The second thing, talking about these personal relationships, they are built slow, but at the time they're actually built, and you experience true partnerships and relationship with the Emiratis, and I've got a lot of colleagues at work. I will give you an example. They actually make me cry from being moved by the behavior. And that was at the time when the Mars expedition went, and it was successful. And I didn't even know about that. I'm sorry for that. But suddenly at night, my phone started ringing, and my Emirati friends called me and said, Sonia, we are so happy we reached the Mars. And I was so touched, and I thought, wow, those people are calling a Polish lady who is so strange to them, I would say. Yes, I came from a different country, and they're sharing with me because they're so much proud of their country and the achievement, and so was I. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. That's a nice story.
So if I may, I just want to jump in a couple of things. So one of my first experiences when I came here back in 2010, it was around Ramadan. It wasn't here, it was actually in Saudi. And I received a call at 2 a.m. In any part of the world, this is a strange call. It's an emergency call. It was from a client that I just met. I basically have their business card. And they said, Jamil, are you available to meet? I was like, at 2 a.m.? I came from a Western place. My answer was, absolutely not. I'll see you tomorrow in the office. Now, next morning, he wasn't available in the office. And we came to learn, after a while, actually we stayed, he probably, met me a week later because he was busy. One of the things that I want to say is we actually went midnight after 10 days for a car shopping. Yes, strange, it has nothing to do with my consulting services that we talk about, because I provide digital transformation and strategy stuff. And he wanted to understand my mindset, to get closer. When people tell me, I know so-and-so, there are many name droppers that you'll see, I know this and that. I'll say, okay, great. So you have them on your phone book, that's fantastic. How many kids do they have? What's their partner? How many dogs? What's their pet name? This is the only time that you can say, I know someone. And relationship takes time. This goes back to the speech earlier. Are we becoming more machines? And do we need to teach ourselves to become more human? If you ask your ancestors, even your grandparents, they will go with the old school. I know this and that in a small village. Today we forgot this. And I think we need to go back to basics. People buy from people. People make business with people. And people don't work with people. Simple. Yeah. We are nothing different.
That's so true and very needed in today's time. In fact, I want to go to Heidi, but I want to read something which is on point from the UAE 10 set of principles for the next 50 years. Listen to this. That's the fourth principle. The main future driver for growth is human capital. Developing the educational system, attracting talents, retaining specialists, and continuously building skills are what shall keep the UAE at the top. And I love that because that is, I think, the distillation of everything we're trying to do here. And I want to go to Heidi and ask you about the importance of this human capital, and how do you think about it, specifically when it comes to women and cybersecurity, which is something we don't really think about a lot.
Sure. So the reason there needs to be the focus first on the human capital from a cybersecurity standpoint is, first, cybercrime attacks is on the rise. So, and it's only increasing. So this year it was projected to be at $6 trillion globally, the cost of cybercrime. By 2025, it's expected or projected to be at $10.5 trillion. So then you look at who's going to protect us? Who's going to challenge this? So we need people. Yes, there's AI, and there's all kinds of fancy programs as well, for sure, but you still need the human intelligence, the human touch, and the human impact in order to do this. And the reason, when you go to many cybersecurity conferences, there's a lot of talk on 0 days and zero trust. And while it is very important to focus on the 0 days attacks and so forth, think about it in simplistic terms. If you were someone who wanted to break into a building, would you choose the castle that is under heavily guarded, or would you walk through that open door? And the reason I say this is because what you need to focus on the human side is you need to focus on bringing it back to basics and not just the high-level targets as well. So coming to women in cybersecurity and why there's the focus there. So globally, women represent 24% of the positions within cybersecurity. The most recent statistic says in the Middle East it's 5%, and I do challenge that one. That one is about 2 years old, so we do need to revisit that one. But then when you ask about why is it important to increase women, and then you need to look at the diversity side. So cyber attacks come in various shapes and forms, and you need those diverse perspectives and those diverse skills in order to be ready for when those attacks happen. And it's always a when, not if.
We can't escape it.
No. So you do your best, and you implement layered approaches for sure, but they're evolving and they're changing at a rapid rate, and we're really trying to, get a handle on what is the best way forward. And as we saw with the pandemic, I think everybody has had some sort of phishing scams. Anyone raise your hand if you had phishing scams, SMSs? I mean, the amount was incredible. So it's only on the rise. So we do need to bring it back down to basics and educate everyone from the basic level as well. But then as far as upskilling on the human capital side of our talent and how are we going to get more people in cybersecurity to fight this and defend against it.
Yeah, thank you. Paulo, can you say something about that? Like, you work in one of the largest banking sector. So how do you think about that in terms of security and also relationship? Like, I wanna understand what's the relationship between building relationship with other people and being cautious, I guess, right, in terms of security and all that.
So I think that after the pandemic, with the steady shift towards digitization and also the shift to the unbundling of banking, as I was trying to describe, I think that trust is indeed a big thing. So how you build up trust. So it's like we have like this approach in cybersecurity. There's like zero trust, as Heidi was mentioning. But zero trust is like the starting point. And then the question is, how you build up trust in a completely different environment. So in a place that is fully dematerialized compared to the previous experience. I go to a branch, I see that there is like a big shop, I see there is like a logo, and there are people inside, and I trust that there should be something there. Okay, could be a hustler, but there's like more often than not, this is a real thing. But the point is like how you trust something that is online, and how you trust with, and it's interesting to see the many scams that bank customers or consumers are just like target of, like being approached by someone who claims to be the central bank or a financial institution, and they build up, and if you listen to, like if you have access to the footage or the records of how frauds are perpetrated, you see that fraudsters themselves are building up trust. And they're building up trust over time. So there are frauds that are perpetrated in a matter of days. So I build that relation, and I keep nurturing this relation. And the more I build that relation, the more you disclose information, and the more I leverage as a fraudster this information to build more trust. And then I lead you to the point where I just like make the simple move of asking, give me your money.
There's a thin line, I think, between trust and appeal to authority. So, for example, we need to think about the division of labor. I'm not a medical doctor. Like, I need to rely on some expert. But at the same time, I cannot just abide simply because someone is of an authority or wrote a book about it or is a doctor. So how can you think about that? It's I think, and it's an open question. It's a paradox, right?
It is getting even worse.
If
you think about what technology now enables, so you just like you say, okay, I need to draw a new line, but this line is constantly being blurred by technologies bringing in new possibilities. If you think about like banks now opening a code, just like performing identification of customers, like using the camera in your phone and checking against a picture that is stored somewhere in a record, and now you have like the so-called deep fakes, where you have artificial intelligence building up the resemblance of a human being that is also capable of moving, or is like they can recreate your voice and make you say whatever they want you to say. So this is getting really, really
Zbigniew?
Very interesting what you said about the artificial deep frauds, because, for example, in digital marketing, it's even worse because we struggle with the artificial traffic. Let's say, on average, it's between 30 to 70% of the budget spent at this moment that actually goes to the garbage. This money is absolutely put in the trash can, because the traffic that is incoming, for example, to retailer websites is actually the bot traffic, AI traffic, mainly from Asia, and this is just to pump up the budget volumes. And another two statistics, if we speak about trust, then 60% of consumers, all the time, they know the brand they want to buy because they trust the brand, and they don't go anywhere else, only to the retailer website. And another thing, when you think about the success of Amazon or eBay, that are global players, but that's about the trust. Again, 2 out of 3 consumers online, they buy from those auctions platforms, from those places online, and they skip anything else. So that's about the trust again.
And in marketing, I guess it's becoming even more critical, because there's always this appeal on emotions, and they want to trust us emotionally.
Yeah, when you think about the customer journey and the number of touch points for the in average, that is actually 12 online, because when you go to the regular shop, it's just this shop, and the product, and that's actually, in fact, it's one touch point. But online, it's absolutely different, because on average, you have those 12 touch points, micro moments, where consumers build their trust online. And this could be a different kind of micro moments,
from the organic, from the paid advertisement, from referral from a friend in the social media, and then you are getting the deal done in the end. So look how many times you can be distorted. If you run marketing activities, then you have on average 12 moments to be distorted. And in the businesses like travel that is actually suffering because of COVID, there's on average there's 30-something micro moments. So they have even bigger challenge.
I think this puts us back in the main point of what's ahead and what's at stake. And also to your point on machines and humans and ethics. Because if you think about it, and please elaborate a bit on that, it goes back to the point of ethics and what are we feeding these machines, right? And why we're feeding them these specific data, whether the data are private or open or what have you.
I believe technology can be a force of good and can be a force of evil, depending on who's using it and how you're using it. Technology and technological advancements are created by humans to enable their lives and to make their lives better and easier. When we look at, for example, RPAs, we look at AI, we look at different types of technologies, we're looking really to free ourselves so we become more human, so we spend more time with our loved ones, with our kids, with our family, or for us to be in touch more with our creative minds, to be more creative and to stop doing the repetitive work. Unfortunately, it was before perceived as an IT budget from a client perspective. Digital marketing is IT. Technology is IT. But today, digital transformation has become a way of life. You cannot survive without being technologically savvy. Who heard of Blockbuster? Or many of us grew up with Blockbuster. Now it doesn't exist. They failed to digitally transform the company's philosophy. So one of the things that we need to look at today with COVID, we're using different types of platform, I'm not going to single one, to connect from our home to our work and to talk to people. Over the internet, with cybersecurity challenges, you are putting your IP address, I can know where your home is, your kids may show up in the background sometimes, or your partner or your pet. Now I know more about you. You're sharing probably sensitive information. All these, now I can take this information in a force of good or force of evil and do different things of it. Who has the right for privacy today? Is your information yours, or once you have agreed to share, different platform becomes general public knowledge? That's just something to think about, but this is a solution, this is a problem, and a solution that many companies, maybe in the Polish country, they can come here and provide, or others, because that's a big challenge today.
Thank you so much. We're almost out of time. We still have 3 minutes. I would like to end very quickly with a couple of seconds, each one of us saying one message to our audience. It can be a message of motivation to do business or a reflection about what's possible for us. So I would like to start with Mikołaj.
So I use this opportunity just to say thank you for all Polish entrepreneurs who are here now at Polish Arab Economic Forum, who decided to risk their own life to do business. And it's really good to see you because they cooperated with us, with our agency, just to come here because they were granted through the program, which was called export program, Go to Brand, and Polish Arab Economic Forum is obligatory activity for all of our entrepreneurs. So that's why I use this opportunity just to say thank you.
Thank you. Faisal?
Well, I would like to thank you all for attending. Basically, I hope it was beneficial, and I'm available for any assistance that you need, for any thoughts. I will be around for the rest of the event, so I'll be more than happy to speak one-on-one if you wish. You can find me anywhere around here.
Yeah, let's take the conversation outside the band. And Heidi?
No, thank you. So again, thank you for having me today as well. And I just want to say on the privacy side, just look at yourself and your own way of looking at privacy. When you're going on the internet, when you're downloading applications, every time you click accept, read and challenge those privacy settings and really challenge in the way of that privacy moves forward and what it actually becomes tomorrow.
Thank you. Spinier?
Okay. Just one advice, especially here between Polish-Arab Economic Forum, that translating is one thing and converting something and localizing is something completely or absolutely entirely else. Example, the very popular word in digital advertising, that is gift in English, actually in Germany means poison. Oh. Whereas in Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, it means married. So always be very careful about the local language and the translation and localization, because localization is not translation.
That's a good advice. Thank you. Marcin?
So first, thank you for having me here, but I would just like to say one thing that we did not mention, because we talk about the Gulf countries in the region. But whenever you engage in this region here, in Dubai and United Arab Emirates, you need to remember one thing, that this is the window of opportunities for Africa and a big part of Asia. I can tell you that probably if you want to expand into the direction, Dubai is the place to be, or Abu Dhabi, right, depending on your needs. You need to understand the Gulf market is interesting, but what is in Asia and Africa, it's mind-blowing comparing to what is here, and this is the best place to go into that direction.
Thank you, Marcin. We're out of time. Quickly, Paulo, last message.
So, thank you for having me here. This is the place to be. This is a place to be if you work in innovation, if you're building a future. I've been myself here for 4 years now, and I had the sense that things are moving so fast one day, and then the next day when I turn back and I think about yesterday, I think, oh, but things were moving very slow yesterday. So there's like a sense of acceleration, and here's the place where you can have this acceleration really happening.
The leaders of this country are visionaries with flawless execution. And they have adopted and they are nurturing entrepreneurs to grow the economy. This is a place within 4 hours you can get to more than 2.5 billion of population. This is the place to be.
Sonia.
Thank you very much for having me here. And I just wanted to leave you with one thought, which I think about a lot. Digital, for me, is about people. It's about people who create solutions to enhance other people's lives. And let us think about that this way.
Thank you so much. Let's take the conversation outside. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. I would like to invite you to take coffee in short coffee break. And please come back in 15 minutes to start again third panel. Welcome again. لدينا الآن
We have now
محاضرتين أو
two
جلستين نقاش.
panel
سنبدأ
discussions.
من
We're going to
الجلسة
start
الأولى.
with the
It will be
first.
about attractive financing in
It's about
Poland. This
attracting.
panel, it will be on second floor.
On the second floor, if you are interested to attend this session, please move to the second floor.
And other session, here in the same ballroom. Classical tradition, modern flair. Right now, I will invite you to stage again Leopold Ajami from Nobel Philosophy Academy.
You're not going to have enough of me today. You know, I woke up today at like 4 a.m. and I changed my whole opening for this panel. And simply because I was thinking about an idea that will make me connect with you and you connect with my esteemed speakers that we will meet now. But here's something interesting. I think we live in a world that loves form and function. Think about it. Think about your phone. Think about your furniture. We want and we respect design and beautiful design, but at the same time we want function. We want something to serve us. But there's something that I keep on thinking about, that sometimes we forget about the foundation. What is the foundation that makes form and function possible? And I confess, I was struggling to come up with this foundation until a big question popped in my mind. And the question was, why would anyone choose a philosopher to be a moderator on design? Like, why? And, you know, thinking about it, it hit me that the love of beauty and the love of functionality is actually based in our love for wisdom. And here's something fascinating. Philosophy means the love of wisdom. But the Greek never thought about wisdom as intelligence or knowledge or character. They thought about it as taking ideas seriously. And if you think about it, that's what we're all doing here. We're taking ideas seriously by integrating who we are with whom we meet, by integrating form and function, by integrating tradition and modernity, by integrating reason and emotion. That's what we're all doing here. And by doing that, by taking ideas seriously, in fact, we take our lives seriously. What I want to do today on this panel is quite different from the other one. I know there's possibly no way for us to have a communication, but if you have a burning question during the session, please, I would like you to stand up and come forward and ask us the question, and I will repeat it live, because I want this to be more fun, more engaging as much as possible. Okay, having said that, to reiterate, my name is Leopold Ajami. I'm the founder of Nobel Philosophy Academy here in Dubai, and I'm very excited to introduce our esteemed speakers. I will start with Jacek Markuszewicz. Did it well? Please, Jacek. Jacek is an architect. He's the co-founder of Raz Design Consultancy, which is one of the lead designer of the Polish table. So if you ever visited the Polish pavilion, you have to see the table. And he's one of the person behind it. Marek, yes, please. We need some excitement, huh? I know it's probably lunchtime, but let's do that. We also have Marek Błażucki. Marek is an interior architect, designer, academic teacher, and practitioner. He's the dean of the Faculty of Interior Design at the Academy of Fine Art in Karwag. He's also the co-founder of the Bozzetti furniture brand. Good to have you, Marek. And last but not least, we have Maciej Frey. And Maciej is the founder and principal at Legacy Landmarks, the leading public art agency and fabrication lab in the Middle East. He represents global artists in international fairs and public art commission in the region and worldwide. It's great to have you, Maciej. So for this panel, I want to share with you 3 facts and 1 roadmap. The first fact is that most panels are boring, right? That's a fact. The second fact, that they're boring because usually there's no conflict, right? We tend to all agree, and yeah. And I want to change that today. So I want to challenge you. I want you to challenge me and, have some tension and conflict. And the third fact, which is panels are boring because there's no engagement. And, it's impossible for all of you to listen to us for 1 hour or 45 minutes and not being engaged. You're going to be bored. So I don't want you to be bored. We're talking about creativity and design. So please, whatever question you have, stand up, let me know, and I'll share it over the mic. Now, what's the roadmap? The roadmap, and I call it the roadmap, which is the structure of the whole panel. And you can think about it as WIT, coming from my opening on the love of wisdom. And WIT stands for warm-up, worthiness, integrity, and trait. So that's how I'm going to segment the panel. Are you ready? We're going to start with something fun on warm-up. All right, so these are warm-up questions, and I'm going to start with each one of you. If right now, let me start with Jacek. If right now you can be somewhere else, where would you be?
Okay, right now, taking into account that I'm a little bit nervous before the panel, like literally anywhere else.
In?
Anywhere else.
Anywhere else?
Literally anywhere else.
See?
However,
that's why engagement will make us feel more comfortable. Go ahead.
However, might want to see the Polish pavilion because I still haven't seen it. So.
Okay. Marek, I want to ask you that question.
I would like to sit over there.
You want to be among the audience.
But honestly, most of the time when I work in my doing my job, I think sometimes it would be better for me to work at the bar, at the beach, at the warm sea, and not think about all these stressful things I have to do. But I think it would be enough for me only for a week, because it would be bored in a long time, so I would be back to my job.
Cool. Maciej?
Well, I'd either be babysitting my daughter.
And by the way, let's say congratulations to Maciej. He's a new father.
Thank you.
So congrats.
My wife is already a little pissed with me that I'm here and not, making the home duties.
She has
we'd be skiing in, I think, Val Gardena, Italy. That's what I'm missing, snow.
Awesome. Well, there's no place I'd rather be for me. That's the most democratic answer I can say. Okay. Do you agree with this? Oh, you can see. So glad I grew up like this and not like that. Do you agree?
Me? When I look at the pictures, yes. However, I don't think they show the whole truth about how people grew up when I was growing up and how people grow up right now. I mean, the tools for communication between people changed, but I think this picture fools us a lot.
Maciej?
Well, I was lucky to do both.
Okay.
So I would do the first image, but I would do the second image. But at the times that the single SMS cost like $2 or $3, So it was very limited, very sophisticated, the way we were texting, the way we were, sharing information. But I think I was the last generation of touching both at the same time. So I would say I wouldn't change it for anything else.
All right. Marek?
So I think I'm a little bit older than the other panelists. So in the time I grew up, there was no cell phones, no internet in Poland. So the first picture is very close to me when I was a kid. Now I look at these young people, they look like on the right photo, and I think, I don't know if it's quite good. Maybe it's a sign of our time that I don't understand. But I think the balance would be better for that.
Awesome. Who would love, or who's so glad about growing up like this? Can you raise your hand? Wow, that's more than a half. Me too. Okay, have you ever had that? I love it from a client, for example. I love it, but there are few changes I think we should make. And you ended up changing the whole thing. Yes, I can hear the big yes. You had
every
that?
time, every time.
Oh, every time. Marek?
Often.
Often.
Same thing here, but the small sort of written below is also the budget, because so the changes are one thing, but the budget is always squeezed like a lemon.
And I'm showing you this to see from an entertaining perspective, the struggles that architects and designers go through.
The
facial expression
is only the first impression on such a sentence, but later we start to work on it, and sometimes it's not so bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Architects, that's what we design, and that's what so I'm going to ask the architect. That's how our space looks like.
I see where you're getting.
Do you agree, yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. Interior designer, do you feel this way?
It's right.
What did you study? Interior design? But that's the feeling.
Yeah.
You feel this way? Okay.
Sure.
And art in public.
Why not?
Yeah? Do you agree?
Why not? Absolutely.
Well, I think it's interesting because so many people have different perspective about the role of art in public. And, maybe we think about it as if you put something worthy in the streets, in public, it loses its value. Would you agree to that?
Leopold, it's a question, what's worthy, what's not, to whom it's worthy, to whom it's not. I think I'm in between. It all depends on the context, on the audience, on the location, so I'm in between.
Okay. Who agrees? Just true or false?
I do agree with that, but
True?
But it would need a little bit more explanation. But
No, I don't want you to explain. True?
I do agree.
I do both and disagree and agree at the same time.
So true and false?
Yes, please.
Okay. That's very...
Yeah, for me, yes.
Yeah? True?
True.
Okay. How about that?
Agreed big time.
Really?
Yes.
Do you agree?
With this? Of course.
Yeah? People are cold in Poland? Jacek?
Completely not. Poland is both very hot in summer and very cold in winter, so we have a lot of temperament.
Well, let me ask you first, do you agree?
Maybe the Poles are not as hot as the other nations, but they are not cold, I think.
So do you think the people of Poland are cold, they're rude, they're rigid, or they're hospitable, they're open?
Oh, hospitality is our national... is something
Identity.
Characteristic for our nationality.
Yeah, so I'm asking this question because I think sometimes we judge a country or people by their, by the idea we have about it. That, like you were asking me now a question about brands and all that, and we don't know much about Poland, right? And we judge without knowing much, and I think that's one of the things which gives me the segue to ask you and start this discussion on worthiness. So that's going to be our roadmap, the worthiness, the integrity, and the trade. And the first question I want to ask you about worthiness is, so we're talking about Poland, and one of the national characteristics is
your hospitality. How did you conceive the integration between hospitality and natural resources when thinking about the Polish table?
It's basically the purpose of the Polish table was to show our hospitality. Now, there was a big discussion in the whole team when designing the Polish table of how to make this experience more Polish, less generic.
Yeah.
This was basically what drove our design process. What happens is that when you are creating an artifact that's whose objective is to welcome people in a pavilion, it is always about hospitality. When you create a table, it's always going to be a piece of furniture. So we needed to search for another layer, for something beneath that, in order to make it less general and more contextualized in Poland, to Poland. That's why, that's how we, after, it was not one person idea, it was the whole process. Sure. before even me being involved in the process of giving form to the matter, which is the table. The searching for the essence of Polishness in the table was basically it was almost a task. It was not the means of it. So in fact the means is the table.
Yeah, I love that, because also, and again I invite everyone to check the Polish table at the Polish pavilion. What I loved about it is the condensation of a whole units of abstraction into one table and one experience, where I can even use my voice to experience the whole table. I think you did a fantastic job. But on that point, I want to jump to Marek and ask you, this issue of integrating tradition and modernity is, people sometimes agree with it and disagree with it. Do you think as a designer, you have a responsibility to always find heritage, to always inject heritage in your work?
It's a difficult question. I think that we should think about what the heritage is. I think the heritage is something similar to wall built from the bricks. And every generation, every artist puts his own brick to the wall. And I don't think that it would be right if I, as a designer, put the same brick that put someone 100 years ago. Yeah. So it should be a little bit different. Every generation wants to put something new to the heritage. And it's, I think, the general rule. But the tradition, the way it arises, the way it evolutes, and what artifacts are meaningful for the heritage, when we look at the history, that we see that sometimes the things that are the meaningful things in our heritage were criticized in the moment they were created. Yeah, so it was something that broke the tradition.
Yeah,
but next generation decide that it is worthless.
Yeah,
worthiness.
So we have to exert always, I would say, rational judgment when we're thinking about heritages. Some of our maybe tradition are not good, we don't use them, but also we don't have to be always aware of it, right? Like it comes with our experiences, with our development.
Yes, the tradition, we don't need to search for this connection like something special.
Yeah.
Because the tradition and heritage is in us automatically. We were born in such an environment, we grew up, and we took like a sponge into us all these things we saw, our family, our country, and everything. And I think we can see it in our works without a special attention for that.
Yeah, yeah. Let me ask you, do you look, when you're looking for design, or if you are designers when you're designing, do you always look for heritage and culture, or does it come naturally? Who says it comes naturally? Only one. Who said 2, 3? Who says so? The rest, you agree that you always look for it? You're always aware of it? Yes. Raise your hand, please. Okay. Wow. Same people. All right. So I'm going to go to you. I want to ask you about the demands, and I guess it's the way we judge design sometimes. The demands of making art or design Instagrammable. What does that mean, and how much does it affect the value of your work?
Well, that's the common task from the clients we get here in the Middle East. Majority of clients these days, they don't really care about the background of the artist or the achievements. They only look for specific, like you said, Instagrammable photo opportunity piece that is usually made out of stainless steel, shiny, and universal in terms of reception. So we always bring this to the table, this kind of conversation. Why wouldn't be important to sort of at least mix it with some sort of context, right? With some kind of background that the artists have. The question is common. The demand is common, not only in art, but in general in design. Yeah. You see on the cars, they're sort of Instagrammable. You see in the hotels here, they're Instagrammable. The way of living in Middle East, it has to be, or it is, Instagrammable. Why? A little bit comes from the culture. A little bit comes from the, willingness of being unique, sort of speaking. But is it really unique after it's copied in so many cases, in so many industries, in so many countries? I don't know.
But it might be, before I go to you, it might be positive sometimes to not judge the artist and their work, because maybe I'm just a rising artist and I don't have a portfolio, but I can make something good out of my...
I think so. Plus, don't forget, it's a place where the whole world meets, right?
Yeah.
So I don't really think people are coming here, visitors, they have time and they bother themselves judging, right?
Yeah.
They just want to pass by, take a snap, talk about it with friends, share on social medias, that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to pick up on that. And in fact, thanks to that, I can elaborate a little bit on my answer about the calligraphy in Arabic design. Yeah. Because I think this Instagrammability has a lot to do with tradition. And this is because what I understand by tradition is not what we see when we look at old stuff. The tradition is what I'm going to agree with you completely, it's what we build upon. And this is, it's not design only. I don't think you can build something out of nothing. Yeah. So you always have to, I think even before that, we already talked a little bit about that. Like in science, if every time you had a new theory, you would have to invent mathematics from zero, we would be nowhere today, right? However, after 2,600 years, let's say, of philosophy, we got to where we are because we're building upon the theories of the ones that came before us, or even the contemporary ones.
You want to talk about the calligraphy also?
I want to talk, because I want to get to the calligraphy.
Go ahead, because actually that's a good segue for our segment on integrity. So go ahead.
I didn't want to steal the
No,
debate,
I think it's a good segue.
Because, but that said, if we understand tradition as such, then we also have to understand culture as such, right? Because today we are in the point in which we have certain homogenization of culture and of tradition. And this is an inherent, almost, a characteristic of culture and of the evolution of thinking, also of design thinking. So before we had different parts of the world having their own traditions, developing them on their own, etc., etc. And once the time progresses, the cultures meet, they exchange, they mix, etc., etc., etc. So at a certain level, we are in a situation in which the differences between traditional backgrounds right now, between even Poland and the Arabic countries, are relatively small compared to what we had 100 years ago. So there is a big risk to consider tradition in order to emphasize tradition would be to use Arabic patterns or calligraphy on a handrail in a commercial center, right? And this is something that it is a superficial understanding of tradition. However, it's also the logical one, because the whole mixture, the whole dynamics of the mixture of culture led us to a situation in which we basically do the same handrail in Poland as in the Arabic countries. So like
in graphic design, you have a similar tradition. You use
Exactly.
illustration and calligraphy, and
Exactly.
it's interesting. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's part of it that it's our longing to keep our tradition. We find the safest, most common thing that people can recognize. In that case, it's calligraphy. I'm going to put calligraphy. But at the same time, it's important because, it reveals our
and it's recognizable. That's why what I wanted to say is that it is true that there's a lot of things that we can criticize about that.
Yeah.
Because it's superficial, because it's a copy almost of, it's not, we don't get to the process of where to get where this calligraphy came from. We understand it superficially. The same way we are understanding architecture and design as Instagrammable superficially. However, it's also a logical conclusion of the last hundreds of years of mixtures of cultures.
Yeah, this inspires me to ask you, Marek, since you are not just a designer but a professor, what do you think is the most important choice for a designer? And how do you help your student to identify that in the process of making a design, that is at least the starting point? And I'm asking this question because offline, you told me something absolutely impressive. You said, I'm a carpenter. And I love that. And I love that because for me, that's tradition. He's keeping the tradition of thinking with your hands, right? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, it was our talk about the digitalization of designing process. It's of course it's normal that it's now used in many ways in design and in architecture, but in design it has a specific way. It's only, I think, the way of presentation, the product before it starts to be made. Before the production.
Yes.
But in the process of making something, it's necessary to make a few prototypes, and it is the best when the designer makes it by his own hands, because they has opportunity to check all the things that he designed, and I think digitalization is not enough for that. So that's the reason why I said that I'm carpenter. I'm not sure, but it's necessary to be a little bit when you try to make a piece of furniture and you want to make it good.
Yeah, I raise this point because I think it's very important for a designer, for all of us actually, to be very grounded in reality. And that's how I think about the carpenter. It's someone very grounded in reality. He makes things with his own hands. He checks the validity of the product, the prototyping, and I think that's part of it.
Yes, every material has his properties, and you cannot check it in computer.
Yeah, and materials have integrity, right? And that's why I wanna jump to you, Maciek, on So when I think of public art, and this is part of your work, when I think of public art, I think of the integrity of the space and the integrity of the community and the integrity of the artist who's putting his work in that space. But also your work is not just about curation, it's about fabrication. You create all these experiences. Can you talk to us a little bit about that integration of community and how do you keep the identity of the space while respecting the identity of all the individuals passing by?
This is a very difficult task, especially here in the UAE, because everything is pre-master planned.
Yes.
Speaking of the outdoor places and indoor places, before the construction starts, you know exactly what's going to go where, how the interior is going to look, and so on and so forth. So this is why we spend really dozens of hours with architects, interior architects, landscape architects, designers, in order to get something that won't be in a conflict with any of the other elements of the space, yet be appealing and interesting for the visitors, and is not going to kill the artistic sort of vision or expression. So that's really a process. And when you look at the images or the works that we've implemented in the region, a lot of people say, okay, it's there, it's done, nice, good job. But it's really the intellectual process, I would say, consumes sometimes much longer than the fabrication process, including the logistics and the installation. So it's really a lot of time spent behind the desk, speaking to people, trying to get to know the context, briefing the local communities. The project, you may see on one of the images, the jellyfish. It's part of the project we did for Dubai government on Jumeirah Beach Road. So it's famous for Burj Al Arab, but not only this, it's one of the oldest districts of Dubai with many local residents. So we were really we needed to keep the UAE vibe. We weren't allowed to bring any sort of pop-up crazy things from abroad. So it took us a lot of time to properly get to know the context, what people would like to see, with what they grew up in this area before we started implementation. But in terms of integrity, it's also important to think about the materials and how the materials are going to affect the surroundings. Are they going to be long-lasting? Are they going to be eco-friendly? Are they going to be anti-vandalism, let's say, right? Yeah. So those factors are also something that we always take into consideration, and this is very long process, very complicated process. It doesn't only apply to art; it applies to almost anything. Yeah. For my colleagues too, the architecture, you have to make it nice, but you have to make it useful, right? Yeah. Durable. Eco, sustainable. So it's many things behind it.
But in public art specifically, and I want to stress on that because honestly, I've been thinking about that lately. And when I looked at your work, I thought about it even more. That the way I think about art is a need for our minds. It's not a choice. And here you are, you're putting art in space, but at the same time, you have to make sure that whatever you're putting there is worthy of our reflection, right? So it's not just that it's nice and it's Instagrammable, but that we're gonna reflect when we see it and we think about our own lives. Now, of course, there's a big difference between the Mona Lisa, for example, and the art that we see on the street. Each one serves a different purpose. But how do you think about that consciously? Like, I want people to reflect on their own lives in a certain, perspective, or it just happens?
It's always a little bit of experiment, especially for us, for Poles working mainly in the GCC region. Yeah. I remember in the beginning, we weren't speaking the same language, right? So even in the meetings, in the kickoff meetings, we were just completely on different pages. Yeah. Now, with the time, we managed to sort of understand the needs of the clients, understand the needs of the local community, keeping in mind the international traffic that is happening here in the GCC. So I think that's most important, to understand what's going to happen with the space and the piece you're about to install. Are these two working together? Yeah. And then you observe. Sometimes it is a little bit scandalic even. Yeah. If you can get back 2 slides back, in 2010, On the right slide, I was setting up exhibition of my uncle, Jerzy Kędziora, the famous Polish sculptor. He's famous for his balancing sculptures. This was the first contemporary exhibition in the UAE that was showing naked figures, you know. Figurative art, also naked partially. It was quite a big scandal for some of the newspapers, but we managed to keep it on. And at the end, the client decided to extend this exhibition for 3 additional months. So
I love that. I love that, and this will give me a segue to jump to the topic of trade. We just have a couple of minutes, but I want to explore with you, what do you think is the greatest asset that we trade with other people as designers? So for example, if I look back to your work or the polished table, beyond just the concept, what's the greatest value you want your viewer to get?
In this situation, in the Polish table, the greatest value was to saying, I know it's gonna sound very straightforward and down to earth. It's saying hello to the people. Yeah. So greeting them there to make them to create a space around which they can gather and they can start a conversation between each other. They can exchange their own. They can share a space, and then from that start and then follow to the rest of the pavilion. So I think that's like creating something that's we could be talking about the values of the matter and how we create how we worked with it, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, we basically we knew from the very beginning that we were designing a table, an artifact, around which people had to gather and hear, hello, welcome to the Polish Pavilion. So I think this excuse to be around something together, that was the biggest value.
And Marek, I'm curious from an educational perspective. What do you think as a designer, whether I'm an architect or interior designer or what have you, what do you think is the ultimate value that I exchange with people? So beyond the product that I'm creating, beyond the tangible product, what do you think I'm offering in terms of value?
I don't know. It's very difficult to say something about myself and my job. I thought rather that you will tell me that.
Me and my work?
Knowing my works. I think that few international
so
awards.
In
general.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there are the few keywords that Maciek said. They are timeless for the architecture and for design, but in the time that word was said, there was the word design was called by Vitruvius in you know, the architecture and design we can add should be durable, functional, and beautiful. And that is timeless, 3 words that are still actual, and that's the things that we should bring to the people.
That's the power back to form and function and the integration of both. Maciej, I want to ask you a final question on NFT and what's happening in the future. So if we look, and I know Jacek also is interested in that, if you look at the future, we see so many things happening in terms of NFT and gaming and AI. What do you think is our role as designer in that world? And what do you fear most?
Well, speaking from art perspective, maybe not going into games and it's too wide, but I'd say I see there is some sort of stress at traditional galleries because some things are, simply coming out of their control in terms of sales, the money, transactions, and so on and so forth. So that's interesting because we see the movement really going into the sort of verse. It's metaverse, universe, whatever it's called, metaverse, let's say. So that happens for now mainly for the digital artists and the traditional artists. I say traditional artists, so painters, sculptors, trying to bring their style into digital world. We're working on it with public pieces. We've created just the first huge public metaverse piece with one of the French artists we strongly collaborate with. It's huge. It's like a building and metaverse, and you can meet with other people virtually.
So many things happening.
And it's being auctioned, I think, in a week or two. And we already know there's going to be a buyer from Dubai that's going to place a huge bid on it. So I think it's unstoppable, right? Either you like it or you hate it. It's unstoppable. You can just observe. Either you sink or swim.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree. Jacek, final word. We're out of time.
Okay. So it's a very interesting topic, and it's mainly because we are talking right now about the originality and the uniqueness of inexistent matter, something something that's purely virtual. I think it's like the extreme example of the general problem of modernity. If I have 1 minute, the thing is that right now, I mean, we can do anything, right? We are in a situation, we got to that moment in culture, and we can do practically everything. Yeah. There are no limitations. Like in the 14th century, when you were going to build a house, you would go to a mason and he would tell you, okay, this is the smallest piece I can cut and the biggest one is just behind you. We just don't have bigger stones in, I don't know, Florence. So, and I have 3 tools, so you choose. So we had a very limited possibilities of choices. It was much easier, especially that even if you were not sure, what you had behind you was certain school of architecture, certain thought that would tell you, okay, if you're not ready, then take the bigger pieces first, put them in the ground floor, make it look robust. Then on the first floor, take the medium pieces, ask the mason to use their best tools, make them nicely beveled because this is the piano nobile. That's where the people will the most representative places would be. And then the higher you get, you take the smaller stones, etc., etc., etc. And if you apply a few more functional rules to that, then the Medicis would be happy, and that's how you get a Renaissance palace. Like today, it's not like even we can 3D print concrete, which as a matter doesn't have shape that limits us. Right now we are moving to a situation in which we can create not only non-existent things, but things that can be completely detached from reality and from things that keep us to the ground. So I think that's a big opportunity for opening and asking questions about the role of design and the choices that you mentioned before.
We're creating things that they don't have to exist.
They don't have to exist.
And
they are original.
Topic. And
so
they are
like
original.
A new matter. It's a completely brand new materialism of the non-existing matter.
Well, we have a very short time, but we're at the end of it. I want to thank you for your attention, and let's engage after the panel. I'm sure our panelists have a lot to share with you regarding design and architecture. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll see you around.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. I want to ask you, food security, challenge or opportunity? We'll know the answer in this session. I would like to invite Hussein Balghati to stage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this event where we're going to be talking about food security, challenges, and opportunities. My name is Hussein Belghiti. I'm representing Red Mac company from Morocco, and I'll be facilitating this event today. Food security is a very vast subject, and with the time that we have, we're going to be focusing on two elements, water supply and then agri-tech, and how those can impact the delivery of sustainable growth in the agriculture in general. And we are privileged of having experts in the field who will be sharing with us their insights and provide us with some information on agri-tech and how, again, it can support the agriculture in general. Each of the panelists will have about 5 minutes to address specific questions. And I'd like to start with Professor Giovanni from New York University in Abu Dhabi. And Professor, the question is more around, you are an economic historian, and we would like to know from history, where the food security stands and your perspective on that.
Okay, thank you very much for invitation. I am here, I'm an economic historian, Italian, from New York University, Abu Dhabi, and I'm bringing you a word of hope. Basically, because what I'm going to say very quickly is that we have unprecedented level of food security in the world now. If you look at the past, basically the situation was always much worse, and sometimes very much worse than it is today. So just very quickly, what is food security? There are three components. First, having enough food, so enough calories in order to survive. Second, having food which is healthy. It does not mean only having a lot of vegetables, but also things which do not kill you while you are trying to eat them. And third, that a variety of taste, so something which you would like to eat and not just having to eat because in order to survive. And so from all these three points of view, now we are much better. First, when speaking about food security as amount of food, well, the amount of food usually in traditional societies, which meant in some countries until very 100 or 50 or 60 years ago, was produced the most locally. And so when the crop failed, people were in serious trouble. Throughout the history of mankind, there has been several very frequent famines when people died just because he had not enough food to eat. And this is not just in the Middle Ages or Antiquity, but the last big famines caused by failure of crops were in China and India in the 1880s, so basically about 130 years ago. And these have broadly disappeared. If the crop failed, there is trade, it's possible to have some relief, it's possible to get food from somewhere else. So, first point. Second point, the quality of the food. Because people had little to eat, and this was true especially for the poor, they were much less choosy than we are in terms of quality of food. And this meant that a lot of people died because of adulterated food, because of rotten food. I mean, before fridges, things like meat and milk could rot very easily. And people put a lot of pepper on meat in order to be able to have made it edible. And that's clearly, this is no longer true, at least in most of the world, or 95% of world population. And things like, the sell-by, which was totally unheard of until 1930s, 1940s, United States. And there's variety. And variety means that not just you can choose whatever you want, so you can fruit and vegetables during winter time in the northern hemisphere, or you can decide to have sushi, meat, meal, whatever. But also the fact that you have a much more nutritious food. Because if most people had to rely on a very monotonous diet of cereals with a little bit of vegetables, a little bit of meat. And this is not good for your health. And this was clear. A lot of people in the world was stunted, so was shorter than possible, because they had not enough proteins, not enough milk, not enough meat when they were growing. And so from this point of view, our situation is much better than used to be. Why? Well, for two reasons. First, because there was trade. So now it's possible to trade food, importing food on normal basis, on a relief basis from a large part. But this is things which started, and just because we are in Poland, Polish started in 17th and 16th century in Europe, with Poland started to feed the Western Europe with food, with cereals. But before that, most of the world's production was local, and then, of course, this opened to the risk. And second, because of technical progress. There's been a huge technical progress in agriculture, which has increased hugely the production. We have now 7.5 billion people. In the 1800 was 1 million people. And we are much better fed because we have fertilizers, we have better fed seeds, we have irrigation, and so we can keep a production much higher and much less variable than used to be. And so why the hope? Because technical progress has been extremely efficient, a source of great improvement, and so I think that the story can tell that food security can remain, and things like increasing the amount of meat, increase the amount of variety, increase the quality of food, and can improve our situation in the long run. So I think that we have to be less fearful of the future than sometimes people now tend to be. Okay.
Thank you very much for the few words. I'd like to hand over to Dr. Ala from Arasco in Saudi Arabia. And if you can share with us a few words on the importance of chemical safety in foods in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you for joining to this conference. The item we are talking about regarding the chemical safety of the food includes the pesticides and the nitrate pollution and the mycotoxins. The reports say that it is 1 of 10 human every year become ill due to the chemical pollution of the food all over the world. So when we will talk about the chemical safety, we are talking about one of the biggest challenges in the food security. The mycotoxins and the chemicals like pesticides and nitrate, already of natural occurrence in the environment, already available in the soil, already available in the atmosphere, already available in the car exhausts. The long-term exposure of the food to the mycotoxins and to the pesticides may cause to this human to become ill and have nervous manifestations, and there is a decrease in the immunity, marked decrease in the immunity. The mycotoxins that the food become polluted by mycotoxins due to the the human and the animal as well. The animal is the source of the meat, the animal is the source of the milk, the animal is the source of the egg. Also have mycotoxin pollution due to eating of the polluted food, or if the animal eating polluted feed. These are the three types of the chemical pollutions. These are when we will make a good control to the chemical pollution by these three types. I mean pesticides, I mean nitrates, I mean mycotoxins. We will make the chemical safety. It is one of the biggest challenges of the food security now all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll hand over now to Mr. Jerry from Protect. And if you can, share with us your perspective on water supply and protection, and more specifically the technology that your company offers to address those challenges.
Okay, so thank you for the invitation for the panel, first of all. And I'd like to add something what Dr. Ala Zaid said already about safety of food. So each food contains water, ready-to-eat food. So to assure that this water it's of best possible quality, we need to check it. How to check the quality of water? We do it different ways. Mostly, we do laboratory analysis. And disadvantage of this kind of measurement is that it doesn't give us the real-time result. So we take water for sampling, we go with this water to the laboratory, and we're getting the result in some time. What does it mean? When we are using water for food production, we need to have it rapid information online. And in fact, when we send water, like for example at the waterworks to the public, we sample water in big waterworks even every hour. What does it mean? It means that we don't know what quality of water we pump between one and the next sampling. And we, years ago, about 27 years ago, we discovered that, okay, it's something missing here. And we try to find out if we can provide something what will give us online measurement. What to do? In ancient Rome, emperor bringing water with aqueducts to Rome, check the quality of water using fish. And this monitoring, biomonitoring using fish, it has disadvantages because fish needed to be observed by humans. So person who observes the food can go asleep or cannot pay much attention to the behavior of this fish. We found, based on this natural phenomenon of nature, that nature provides us with this ability to check the quality of water. And what we found, we started to use like freshwater mussels, which are perfect monitoring system bioindicators. Why? Because they alert, they filter water searching for food almost all the day, about 22 hours a day. What does it mean? They filter water and making same time simultaneous analysis if water meets their expectations. They do hundreds of laboratory analyses because when we go to the laboratory, we do sampling of one parameter, another parameter. But if anybody thought what's between the first parameter or between first parameter and the next one, we don't measure this. So we need to be sure that the water is good quality. So we are using natural bioindicators. That's what we do, using freshwater mussels to check how they react on total toxicity of water. So we will know if water meets expectations of freshwater mussels, and they do it for themselves. That means they don't do it for, the salary or for the order. We have perfect message, perfect information. And starting some years ago, 27 in fact, we developed a system. At this time was very simple. Aquarium, where we had mussels, converter of the signal, analog signal to digital signal, and computer. At this time, more than a quarter century ago, we didn't have such a computers like it now. So it was computer which checked how these mussels react on some external jeopardies. Right now, over these years, we developed this system which core is program. And the program assures us that we understand the behavior of mussels. So we understand how mussel admit the water, if water meets their expectations or no. And it's signal which is transmitted directly to our handphone. Information which will bring huge difference to us using only laboratory analysis. The checking total toxicity of water will allow cities, countries to implement security procedures to measure quality of water, which is essential to us. So this analyzer, which we developed, and we would be very happy to share with anybody in the world, because it gives us short information. What's the quality of water we'll be using for food production or consumption. So right now, this analyzers, which is called Symbio, or Symbio in Polish language. Symbio is combination, it's symbiotics between nature, which are freshwater mussels, and sophisticated technology. Right now, we monitor the quality of water for more than 10 million people. And we'd be very happy to share it with everybody who is interested in improving the water safety. And in fact, I tell you something what maybe not everybody knows, that mussels, sea mussels, are long-living creatures. Generally all mussels. And the oldest creatures, in fact, are found, which were found alive, were 430 years old. More than 430. And they called Ming, because Ming dynasty was at power at this time. So when they can tell us all these stories, they went through all these 400 years, we'd be very happy having this experience. So we can say a lot of about water safety for food, but I think I value your time. I'm very open to all the questions afterwards, or on our emails, or at our company's Prote Technology for Our Environment Limited with our headquarters in Poznań, Poland. So once again, thank you for the invitation, and when you will have any questions, I'm standing by to answer.
Thank you for the very insightful information and the link with how much we can learn from nature and animals. I'll move on to Dr. Prochwadarski. I hope I pronounced right. And if you can share with us your perspective on water sewage management in the fruit and vegetable industry.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and opportunity to be here, such important panel discussion. In our center, Research and Development Center in Poland, we have some increase from industry about water management and sewage management. We're thinking that we should create a system to recycling water. We have some researchers, and after these researches, we saw that we also should be not only recycling this water, but also care about high quality. Especially in this area, in this industry, we have problem with, in these places where we have water, we have problem with Escherichia coli bacterial. And we create a system which is using technologies membranes. So we name this system name is SOVA, a saving of water AS product like name company. And it is our patented technology, and we have also certificate by National Institute of Hygiene in Poland. First of all, this system was created for the recovery water in the swimming pool, because always if you have technology in the swimming pool, you have filtration. And for this filtration, we use filter with bed sand, and for washing this filter, we use a lot of water. And we create this system SOVA. We can recover 96% water with using this system. This system has three main phases. The first one is created by us phases which name is flocculation. And in this system, we also create our construction tank. It is our idea when we work with in our center. This tank has a special system to disinfect it after this process. After that, we have also prefiltration, and the water has after this prefiltrations, the water have good quality for physical parameters, but not yet good parameters from microbiological parameters. And we must doing something else. So we create a ultra nanofiltration device, and in this device we are using dialysers, which was first of all using in blood dialysers in the human blood, and we sterilize this tubes, these membranes, and using to treatment water. So normally the technologies, membrane technologies, are very expensive. We use these dialysers, so this technology is not inexpensive. So we can use it for treatment all water, not only water in a swimming pool, but also we have now we are working with create technology for vegetable and fruits industry to recover water after washing fruits and vegetables. If you want to more understand, I familiarizing you to show our VR presentation. We create presentations. Then you in these presentations you can have virtual walk and more understand this process, our work. I want to, on the end, invite you to don't scare recycling water. because I think that in the future, we should recycle water from every area industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes, if you mentioned, I believe 95%?
96% we can recovery.
I'm sure a lot of people would love to recycle 95% of water. I know we don't have much time between us and lunch, so Dr. Klosak, I'll hand over to you. If you can say a few words about the company Prometheus and how you use agri-tech technology to address some of the food security challenges.
Thank you, Hussein. I will be happy to talk on behalf of the company Prometheus. Unfortunately, Mr. Laskowski could not come because of his COVID experiences, so I will replace him. In fact, I'm in charge of this panel, and I'm representing Polish Investment and Trade Agency. But I'm also engineer, so I will try to talk about drones, because Prometheus means drones. This is a kind of, I would say, a brilliant technological achievement of this Polish agriculture industry, and this is why I found it so important to put it here during this panel as, let's say, the only example of agri-tech, but I think quite important. The new Prometheus product is called Prometheus GSM 077 drone, and this is based on the NDVI technology. Let's say, what is this technology, which means making colored photographs using infrared method of doing so. This factor, NDVI factor, is a contrast between the total pure reflection, which we can obtain with a green color, to the total absorption, which is obtained in the red color. So the photos we obtain with this technology are between red and green. And in simple words, the more the grass is greener, the better. So the crops are better. But when we find those orange, red parts in the photograph, that means there is a lack of water. We need to put more water. We need to put more fertilizers. And this is how we can check the effectiveness of our method. We can have like moisture excessive visible on the screen, or a problem with draft. And this new model of the drone produced by Prometheus is equipped with this camera, with this system. Of course, we have drones running over the fields in the Emirates here, but the analysis of the company says that they have poor performances in terms of camera or flights. Usually we can see planes, helicopters or VTOLs which are too fast to make high quality photographs. I mean, if we go with 100 kilometers per hour, it's not possible to make these photographs correctly. So if I try quickly to list the advantages of the system, is that the quality of those photographs is like satellite photograph quality. This is an important feature. Another feature is that in the system proposed by Prometheus, we can predefine the path of the drone, because it's not a system based on a radio signal. It's about the GSM signal. But once the drone goes out of the signal, GSM signal, it follows the path, predefined path, and we can define up to 1,500 points. And once this trip is over, it comes back home with all this registration. What is registered? This system, flying over 50 meters above the land, can make a photo of every single centimeter, but putting GPS data and putting the time and date. And then when we have this terrain mapped, we can come back after 1 week and make another photo, and then we see the development of our cropping. We can see whether we could again change the strategy to pour more water or whatever. This is a big advantage of such photography. And another feature which is very important compared to other solutions, that this drone has not only the typical supercomputer and the GSM system, but it has also the special computer system related to artificial intelligence, because the Prometheus drone can be taught to find new anomalies, new shapes, for instance, a specific kind of a tree, and it follows this new idea which we try to teach him. So this is another novelty. All those systems are mounted on the drones itself, so it's not navigation, it's not the communication between the computer on the ground. So there are several advantages, and I think this technological advance according to other solutions. I think when there is an interest in this region, I think Prometheus, as they told me, will be able to make a live presentation during Expo. So I believe this solution will have some interest here. So this is just a flash info from the company I was asked to present. I'm not the specialist in this domain, but I think it was important to tell this. I will not thank you for inviting me, because it was me who invited you, but I will take this opportunity to thank all the panelists and moderator to be with us, because I think we could, in those within this short time, present all we really wanted within this food security panel. So thank you, Hussein, and thank you to all.
Thank you very much, all. Thank you to our guests, and thanks for the great information.
The panel is ended. Thank you for your attention. I would like to invite you to lunch break. You are most welcome. نشكر حضوركم وأدعوكم إلى استراحة غداء على الرحب والسعة.
You are most welcome to attend the lunch now.
Thank you to attend us again. Now we will speak about business opportunities in Poland, especially in watch. I would like to introduce Hanna Zdanowska, Mayor of the Watch City, and Arkadiusz Kowalski, Warsaw School of Economics.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo, bardzo serdecznie. Sorry, I will speak in Polish because it will be much easier for me, especially if I want to say from my heart. I must speak my mother's language, it is much better for me. I will try to do something. Okay, just a moment. First, I'm coming from the Łódź. Łódź jest miastem, które powstało z marzeń. Powstało z marzeń przedsiębiorców, którzy zobaczyli dla siebie olbrzymią szansę i postanowili z tej szansy skorzystać. Historia Łodzi sięga zaledwie 600 lat, ale tak naprawdę jako miasta, może jako osady, bo to nie jest do końca określone, to jednak
Although the dynamic development of Łódź started 200 years ago, I know that in comparison with Dubai, that has started to develop 50 years ago and achieved what it has achieved, it's a very long time, but for us, it's a short period of time. When Łódź was developing, it was the second fastest developing developing city after Chicago in the US. Currently, Łódź is the third biggest city in Poland. It's one of the biggest academic university centers. It's a post-industrial city, so it focuses on science, modern services, innovation, and creative sector. Łódź is located in the very center of Poland. As you can see, if we would like to put a finger in the very center, in the heart of Poland, it would be always Łódź, 100%. This causes that we have one of the best connections with other Polish cities and also entire Europe. We are the city in the center of Europe. We have very good flight connections, road connections, and train connections. And we are very well connected with all the destinations with northern and southern part of Europe, as well as the eastern and western part of our continent. The second very important, significant issue is the fact that due to its location, Łódź has train connection with Chengdu in China. And Chengdu is the representation of one belt, one road that was initiated more than 7 years ago, which is still, and once again, to show you how is it connected. It's a huge hub. It's a great investment potential. Our city is exactly the point where everyone from logistics sector or industry sector, production sector, and all the other innovative sectors have a chance to be very well connected with everyone in the world. What is also very significant is that we are located very close to the other city, our capital city, Warsaw. Our dream is to connect this duopolis, so a place that merges two huge agglomerations. I'm not hiding that it's very important to take decisions that are being taken right now. So construction, a big airport between Warsaw and Łódź, and the other issue is the high-speed train connection with Warsaw that would give us the possibility to execute our dream of duopolis. It's an alternative of lower cost of functioning because the capital city is always more expensive. Thanks to this very modern office space, very well educated young people and young adults that are about to graduate from our universities, we are becoming a great place for investment. And even if we want to have our headquarters in the capital city, we still have a back office in Łódź. What is very significant is the fact that Łódź develops in several sectors that I would like to describe briefly. Once again, duopolis, to show you how it looks like. And these are the main strengths of our city, basically manufacturing, logistics and distribution. And also what is most interesting for me, so modern branches of economy like business services, IT, biotechnology and pharmaceutical business, which is one of the main centers in those areas in our country. The sector of modern services develops really dynamically, and next year we will have more than 30 people working only in business services. Currently, we focus mainly on engaging in very specialized areas which concern life science, fintech, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, gaming, and digital agencies, which is becoming perceived as a great place for relocation of employees. Many IT companies select Łódź as the place to develop R&D centers thanks to great experts. Costs of business in Łódź are much lower versus other big cities. There's a huge availability of highly qualified people and also office space, which is the most modern in our country. These are the examples of companies that have already trusted our city and which for many years, but also there are several newcomers that invest and develop in Łódź. For 10 years already, our city is experiencing a very dynamic development. The whole historic city center is becoming transformed. It's revitalized and it's reinventing itself to show its unique character of a city of secession, and it's becoming a fantastic place to live and work.
Rewitalizacja, której się podjęliśmy,
The
tu przedstawiamy Państwu, jak
revitalization that we
wygląda. To
have
jest olbrzymi
undertaken,
projekt, bo on
it's a
obejmuje
huge
przeszło
project because it
150
covers more than
hektarów ścisłym centrum
150
miasta.
hectares in
Ten
the very
projekt
center
spowodował, że
of
Łódź odżyła jako
the
miasto,
city.
odżyła jako
The
wielka
Łódź was
nadzieja
revived as a great
i
hope,
odżyła jako
and it
fantastyczne
has
miejsce
revived as a
również w
fantastic
zakresie
place
destynacji
when it comes
turystycznej, do czego
to
też przy
tourist
okazji
destination,
gorąco
and I encourage you
zachęcam.
very much to visit
Jesteśmy
us as
największym
tourists as well.
beneficjentem środków
We are the
unijnych w
biggest
Polsce per
beneficiary
capita, dzięki
per
czemu
capita
możemy
of EU
te
funds. Thanks to
procesy
that, we are able to
przyspieszać i dzięki
accelerate
temu
those
możemy
processes.
właśnie
And this is
takie
the
olbrzymie
reason why
projekty
we are
prowadzić.
able to conduct such huge
Tak
projects.
wygląda
This
bezpośredni
is
obraz. Widzicie
the
Państwo
direct
na dole obrazy
view.
przed
On the bottom, you can see
procesem
the pictures
rewitalizacji na górze,
before
piękne
revitalization,
secesyjne
and on
kamienice,
the top,
które w
a
tej chwili są
beautiful
miejscem
Art
do
Nouveau
życia, do pracy,
secession
do spędzania
buildings, which
wolnego
are a
czasu.
great place for
To, co
office
bardzo
space,
mnie osobiście
flats,
cieszy, te wszystkie działania
entertainment.
przyniosły olbrzymi
All those
efekt.
activities
Z miasta
generated huge effect.
postindustrialnego
From
staliśmy się
post-industrial
miastem
city, we have
zrównoważonego
become
rozwoju.
a
Nie
city
bez
of
kozery.
sustainable development.
3 tygodnie
This
temu
year, exactly
Łódź
3 weeks
została
ago,
wybrana w
Łódź
konkursie
has been
Best of the World
selected
2022
as Best of the World
w kategorii zrównoważony rozwój,
2022 in the
organizowany
category
przez
of
prestiżowy
sustainable
magazyn
development,
National
organized
Geographic
by
Traveler, jako
National
jedyne
Geographic
miasto w
Traveler
Polsce
as the
i
only
jedno z
city in
25
Poland
na
and
świecie,
one of
które
25
trzeba
cities
odwiedzić w
globally
przyszłym roku, do
that
czego
you must
już teraz
visit
gorąco
next year,
Państwa zachęcam.
and I would like to encourage you to do so.
Położona
Łódź
jest
is
centrum
located in
Polski
the center of
i
Poland
centrum
and
Europy.
in the center of
W związku
Europe.
z czym to jest właśnie
So in
nasza
consequence,
piękna,
this is our
zrewitalizowana
beautiful
elektrociepłownia, która w tej chwili jest centrum nauki i
heating power plant, which is now a center of science
to, co
and
bardzo ważne, bardzo
technology.
zależy nam,
And
żeby
we deeply
uzmysłowić
care
wszystkim Państwu,
about
że takie miasto
realizing
Polski
all of
istnieje,
you that
że
such
takim
city
miastem warto
exists,
się zaznajomić,
and
że do
it's
takiego miasta
important to
warto
get familiar
przyjechać
with such
i pod
city,
względem
and it's
biznesowym,
worth
i pod
visiting
względem
us
turystycznym.
business-wise and also as a tourist.
Jak Państwo widzicie,
As
mamy
you can see here, we
wyspecjalizowane
have
biuro,
very
które zajmuje się
specialized
pełną
office that deals
obsługą
with full
administracyjną. Wspomagamy
administrative
inwestorów na
support. We
każdym
support
etapie,
investors
począwszy od
at every
zaangażowania
stage,
na
starting
wstępnym
with
etapie,
the
kiedy
initial
przyjeżdżacie
involvement
Państwo,
when you
chcecie
come
zapoznać
over
się z
and you
ofertą,
want
z
to get
możliwościami,
familiar
z
with the
możliwością dostępu
possibilities
pracowników
of highly qualified workforce
pracowników, którzy mogliby w
that
Państwa
could
firmy zasiedzieć,
work at your
skończywszy na
company,
procesach
and
inwestycyjnych, które dosłownie
finalizing
za
with the
rękę staramy
investment
się
processes.
przeprowadzać.
And we are trying to guide our investors through all the stages. We also support the further recruitment of employees that you could potentially
angażując ich w
involve
rozwój swojej firmy.
while developing
Szanowni
your
Państwo,
company.
to, co
Ladies
bardzo
and
istotne
gentlemen,
i z
what
czym
is
do
very
Państwa
significant
również przyjechałam,
and what I came
to
to
fakt, że
show
Łódź
you
jest pięknym
is the fact that
miastem,
Łódź is a beautiful
które
city
chce pokazać
that
swój
wants to
potencjał.
show its own
W
potential.
2029
In
roku, w co nie
2029,
wątpię, w Łodzi będzie
in
miała
Łódź,
miejsce
we are going to
wystawa
have
Expo
Expo
2029,
2029.
Agriculture, gdzie chcemy
It's
rozmawiać
Expo
o wszystkim
horticultural,
tym, co
where we
związane
want to
z
discuss
jakością życia
everything
w
connected
mieście,
with the
przede
quality of
wszystkim w
life in a
aspekcie
city, especially in
związanym z
the
ochroną
aspect
klimatu,
related
z
with
adaptacją
climate
do zmian
protection,
klimatycznych.
adaptation
Chcemy
to
w Łodzi
climate
w tym
change,
czasie
and
stworzyć
this is when we want to
platformę, gdzie
create a
będziemy jako
platform
miasta, ale i mam
where as
nadzieję
a city,
również
but
poszczególne
also
kraje, tak
as
jak tutaj
countries,
w ramach
just
Expo,
like here,
rozmawiamy o
and
przyszłości, o
during
osiągnięciach
Expo
i
2020, we
tematach
talk about
bardzo
the future
istotnych.
and
My
significant
byśmy
topics,
chcieli za te
and we
8
would
lat
like
porozmawiać, co
to
nam się
talk
udało,
about our
co jeszcze możemy
successes
zrobić,
in
żeby
8
poprawić
years, about
jakość
things that
życia
we need
naszych
to do
mieszkańców.
to improve the
Ten
quality of
projekt
life
też
of our
już ma swoją
citizens.
historię,
This
ponieważ
project already has a
faktycznie
history
został
because it has
wybrany
been
przez
selected
Europejską
by
jako
the
najlepszy
European Commission as
projekt
the
tego
best
typu
this type
Europie,
of
w związku z
project
czym
in
mam
Europe.
nadzieję,
That is
że
why I
dzięki
deeply
temu
hope that
będzie
thanks to
kolejna
this
okazja, żeby
we'll
spotkać
have
się
another
tym razem
opportunity opportunity to meet, this time in our city. I'm looking forward to seeing you, and I hope to have been able to convince you in this short presentation. Both people from this region of the world, but also a huge group of Polish companies to come over to visit our city, to have a look from the perspective of having good place to allocate your company, to develop your company, to build a new company, and that there will be a helping hand in this city. So I would like to welcome all of you and encourage you to visit our city. And because on the 9th of December, there's a Day of Wood during Expo 2020 in Dubai, I encourage you to visit the Polish Pavilion to get more familiarized with the atmosphere of our city, the city that is the most important place in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we want to know more about investment in Poland. I would like to introduce Monika Jalak, Vice Director of Center Strategic at the Polish Investment and Trade Agency.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very, very pleased to present to you a very new report that was prepared by the Digital Poland Foundation in cooperation with the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. As you may have heard today already several times, but one of our biggest assets in Poland and the things that we are proud of is the human capital in Poland. We believe that Polish employees are extremely creative and hardworking. Those people, they create innovative technological solutions. And I'm very convinced that this is the reason why Poland in 2020 was among the top 10 destinations for businesses, for direct investments in science, engineering, and technology investments. It is also, for already a couple of years, one of the best destinations for the business services sector, especially developing in the area of research and development. And this has inspired us to prepare this report that contains a complex, comprehensive information about new technologies and digital in Poland. The report was especially created for foreign investors, for capital investors, but also for entrepreneurs themselves, especially for founders of startups and SMEs, but also for scientists and ICT specialists. The report consists of 13 chapters. It's divided into two sections. The first section is dedicated to a general information about Poland. You will find there information about the real estate, about the human capital, general macroeconomic information about Poland, as well as about the startups, VC ecosystem, investments, and tax incentives. The second part of the report consists of the top technological sectors. There were 11 sectors selected. As you can see, this includes the artificial intelligence, quantum computing, drones, game development and esports, e-commerce, EdTech, e-health, medtech, fintech, insurtech, and landtech, also smart and electromobility, semiconductors and photonics and ICT. Each section contains information on the leading cities within those sectors, the top companies that have invested and that perform research and development in those areas. Also, each section contains information about the specific policies that are for each of those sectors. What are the supporting institutions and the business environment, as well as the events and publications and communities. The report was created in cooperation with more than 25 institutions and over 60 experts in different business areas, representatives of small business, of large multinational companies, of business associations, but also the government and other institutions. So, I won't reveal to you more because I would like to invite you to download this report by scanning this QR code. It can be also downloaded from the digitalpoland.org website and from paih.gov.pl website in the section of publications. Thank you very much, and I wish you a pleasure reading of the report. And for any questions, you can always contact the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. Thank you very much.
I would like to introduce Arkadiusz Kowalski, Warsaw School of Economics.
Thank you. So I'm here to present to you the report that was prepared by our university. This is the outcome of our research on cooperation between Poland and Arab states. This was prepared by Warsaw School of Economics together with Polish Investment and Trade Agency. This cooperation was initiated and supervised when that report was written by our rector of Warsaw School of Economics, Professor Piotr Wachowiak, whom I would like to sincerely welcome. And as this report was prepared last month, this is current information and knowledge on cooperation between Poland and these states. It was written by the team of the authors. In fact, we were 5 authors which prepared that report. So first of all, I would like to outline, this is the report. We can see it here. You may download that report both from the main website of Warsaw School of Economics and scanning this QR code as well. This was prepared in 3 languages, in fact, in English, in Polish, and in Arab language. So first of all, just the conceptual framework for that research. So what that was about and what kind of dimensions we focus on in that report. So basically, our objective was to evaluate the level of cooperation, economic cooperation between Poland and Arab states with respect to different dimensions of competitiveness, income, but also trade and investments, and this constitutes the 3 first chapters. And then we also analyzed other topics which we may say constitute other dimensions of competitiveness: technological, digital, or institutional competitiveness, and sustainable competitiveness, where we where we have a cultural dimension, social dimension, also environmental dimension. So the last slide from this theoretical introduction, this conceptual framework for our research, which is quite important when we analyze the situation of Arab states, because when we analyze what constitutes competitive advantage of companies or the country on the foreign markets, we may say that what is crucial is productivity. So competitiveness concept itself, it may be decomposed into competitive ability, so all inputs, tangible and intangible like institutions, regulations, tangible like all kind of human capital resources, natural resources, but natural resources, it shows us the case when not always having lots of specific inputs is connected with high competitive position. And here in the literature we have natural resources curse phenomenon described, when in general we find negative correlation in the world economy between how much natural resources we have in specific economy and their GDP per capita, which is in fact indicating competitive position. And this is quite interesting to mention it here, because in this part of the world, this is not the case. We know that oil countries in general, and we will see that during presentation, they achieve high level of income competitiveness. But we need to remember that this natural resource, oil or gas, this is exception. In general, in the world scale, having natural resources is connected with lower incomes, because we may mention many developing countries in Africa, in Asia, with a lot of natural resources, but not as high GDP as Western European countries, which do not have as much natural resources. So not always having natural resources like oil and gas is enough. Yeah? What is important is also how effectively we transform these inputs into outputs. And in this part of the world, they did it in a great way, but it's not always the case. So going to our empirical analysis in that report. First, some basic information on international competitiveness and innovation in our countries. So just to compare Poland with Arab countries, what scale of analysis and comparison we have. Please know that Poland, in terms of land, Poland is on the 12th place. So this is really negligible. Yeah? So this red line here, this represents Polish territory, and we can see that in fact Arab countries, they are altogether 43 times bigger. But in terms of population, Poland is fifth from the top. Yeah? So we have much higher population, and in the aspect of size of the economy, and the measure of the size of the economy may be GDP, absolute level of GDP. We can see that now Poland is second, just after Saudi Arabia, and then there are United Arab Emirates and other countries. And when we look on GDP per capita, then we can see that in fact what we have is quite clear division on oil countries, so these Arab countries which have a lot of natural resources in the form of oil and gas, and they are these top 5 with the highest level of GDP per capita: Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. Then there is Poland, but then we have other countries which are also included in the Arab nations. However, of course, there are different classifications, and this is other thing. Here we follow the approach of World Bank, which has the category of Arab world in their data. And these are these countries as Arab world, which are indicated here. And we can see that, okay, Arab countries are also not unique, heterogeneous. Yeah? We have very rich countries, but we have also countries with very poor level of development, income, and great rates of poverty and different social problems. Innovation. And here again, very high divide in the Arab states, but altogether, when taken together, we can see that Poland has higher level of this indicator in comparison with this average for Arab world. For some selected indicators related to innovativeness, like internet users, patent applications, high-tech and medium high-tech export. Then trade. With relation to trade, which is one of the key dimensions of competitiveness, we can observe, in fact, increasing, and this shows increasing trade relations between Arab countries and Poland. So we can see increasing value of trade between Arab states and Poland. So this is aggregate measure, which are these green bars. It has been increasing since 2010. The only drop down was noticed in 2020, but this is, well, we know why, because of COVID pandemic, and in fact this was reflected in all statistics of this type for different parts of the world. But long-term trends are positive, yeah? So there are increasing volumes of trade. Overall balance, well, we know that Poland traditionally had negative current balance of the trade account, but with Arab states, for most of these years, analyzed in that period, Poland had trade surplus. So we exported more to Arab states than we imported from the Arab states, except of 2018 and 2019. But in general, we are net exporter to the Arab states. Then we will compare it with investment, and we will see how it is with investment. And now, what are the main partners? Not surprisingly, there are, well, these countries, and we can see that it has not very dramatically changed during this decade. Yeah, so Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, then Algeria, Morocco, and Egypt. These are these main export partners. With respect to import, we can see that there is a little bit different. So Saudi Arabia here, followed by Morocco, Qatar, Tunisia, Egypt, and others are the countries which export to Poland, the biggest exporter to Poland. What about FDI, foreign direct investment? So another dimension we focus on in the report. So in general, Poland invests more, and these are these negative values, which shows us that Poland is net investor in Arab states, which is quite well, unusual for Poland. We are traditionally a recipient of foreign capital. So traditionally, Polish economy was rather in a recipient of foreign direct investments. But with Arab states, we can see that we invest more. So outbound investments are bigger than inbound investments. Yeah, and here is, well, the Arab states investments in Poland, and we can see that they are quite stable. Yeah, so it fluctuates, but we cannot see the strong trend. And what is quite important to notice here is, look, well, they are still below 1% of total Arab states investments abroad. So Poland is not a very significant recipient of investments from Arab states, and in the opposite direction, we can see that Polish investments made in other countries, so outbound foreign investments from Poland, they are at the level now of about 1.2% of all these investments made by Polish companies abroad. So more than one, which is still small, which is still not big number. It's higher than Arab states' investments abroad, but still we can see that, and I think we all know what potential there is in this market, but to a huge degree, it's unused potential. There is still a lot of investments that may be made. Here, there are main partners in relation to investments, and we can see that from the Arab states, the biggest investors in Poland, in fact, there are Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. These are the biggest investors in Poland. And when we think about Polish investments in the Arab states, then mostly we focus on United Arab Emirates market. And now dimension of culture, so some soft issues which we are probably all sure that they are very important to make business here in this part of the world. In fact, where you are far from your home country, it's important to know the culture and social norms and adjust to them. And here we used, in fact, different levels of analysis. I will focus only on one of them, and this is Hofstede dimensions of culture. So this is the framework used in analyzing different aspects of culture and their impact of economic life. And here, there are six dimensions that are measured by using these Hofstede dimensions of cultural issues. And what is the most visible and the most interesting from that graph? Look that the higher for all Arab states is power distance, yeah? And this is probably not surprising. So relying on hierarchical approach to social relations. This is the lowest, so lower in Poland than in all other Arab states. Yeah? Here the last column is for Poland, but it's still high. It's still high in Poland in relation to other European countries, but lower than in Arab states. On the other hand, we have individualism, and this is this orange bar, and we can see that Arab states in general they are quite low when we analyze this dimension, individualism, whereas in Poland it drops up. It's quite high. And this confirms that Arab states and Arab culture is not very individualistic. It's rather, characterized by high level of collectivism, but with this high level of power distance, which also provides with some guidelines how to behave and how to enter this market. And we also did some case studies on the Polish companies which operate in Arab states, and we in fact investigated. We've done some in-depth interviews with representatives of these three companies, Biogen, Comarch, and Inglot, whom we would like really to thank for cooperation. And just in summary, the main research outcomes from this more qualitative research done in the report is that, okay, this market, and probably entrepreneurs who are here would confirm that, is really demanding. There is high competition on that market, but there are very great investment opportunities. So if you are successful here, you may really achieve very great success. But in order to do that, you need to, face this very tense competition. And what you need probably the most is innovative products, some innovative solution, technology product that you have. And then you may compete. There are very good prospects for such companies which introduce these superior technologies here, for startups, which may also be supported by states, especially here in the United Arab Emirates. It's worth to have local partner because, of these cultural dimensions of distance between Poland and Arab states. And we need to remember that it's important to have interpersonal relationships here. So you cannot go just straight to the business, but you need to invest in long-term relationships that go beyond the business relations only. So talking about the family, for example. So we need to go beyond purely business issues. In fact, the same just came to my mind happens in China, a very distant country from here, but the same interpersonal relationships and these interpersonal contacts and having local partner, which is a recipe for success. On Chinese market here, it seems it is very, very similar. So the main conclusions from that research we've done, and I encourage you to read more in detail, because here there are only the most important or the most interesting for me issues at the glance. So go to that report. So here, we can observe increasing importance of both Poland and Arab states in the world economy, as, for example, evidenced by GDP growth, which is positive here, and high technology sectors development. These two types of these two, let's say, regions, Poland and Arab states, they are very distant in many aspects: culture, social norms, economic development, climate. The same happens within the Arab states themselves. Yeah, we have very high-income countries and very low-income countries, but still we can observe increasing trade and investment relations between Poland and Arab states. When we look on export statistics with many Arab states now, well, the biggest export position in most of these countries are related to agricultural products and food products. But it has also been changing, and there is more and more space for high technology sectors, also in the services. And here, this Comarch company in IT industry, well, which we described in our report, is one of the case. And the experiences of Polish companies and this investigation shows that there are very great market opportunities in that market. However, well, it's not so easy to enter here, so we need innovations, we need novel technologies, we need some idea, and we need interpersonal relationships between us and people here in that region of the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, thank you so much for joining us today. We would like to move smoothly to the last point, but at the same time, the most important part of the forum, signing bilateral agreements. The first agreement will be signed between Polish Chamber of Commerce and the United Arab Emirates Federation of Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would like to invite on the stage His Excellency Humaid Ben Salem. Your Excellency, please join us. And I would like to also invite Vice President of the Polish Chamber of Commerce, Stefan Bekir-Asanowicz. Your Excellencies, please take a seat. The bilateral agreements will be signed. The first agreement is Memorandum of Understanding between Polish Chamber of Commerce and the United Arab Emirates Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry. The second agreement is annexed to this Memorandum of Understanding on the establishment of the United Arab Emirates Poland Joint Business Council. Right now, we would like to exchange gifts. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. The second agreement will be signed between Polish Investment and Trade Agency and Dubai Multi-Commodities Center. I would like to invite on the stage His Excellency Ahmed bin Sulaim from the Dubai Multi-Commodities Center. Please, Your Excellency, join us. His Excellency Ahmed bin Sulaim. Your Excellency, please join us on the stage. I think that we'll smoothly forward to the third agreement. So I would like to invite on the stage the KUKE President of the Board, Janusz Władyczak. Your Excellency, please join us. And I would like to also invite CEO of Etihad Credit Insurance, Massimo Falcioni. Your Excellency, please join us. Your Excellencies, please take a seat. The agreement will be signed. The agreement was signed between KUKE and Etihad Credit Insurance. Congratulations. Thank you so much for singing agreement. Thank you so much. Right now, I would like to ask you for a short break, and we will come back to you with the third agreement. Thank you so much for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so sorry for all inconvenience. The third agreement will be signed between Polish Investment and Trade Agency and the Dubai Multi-Commodities Center. I would like to ask on the stage President Ahmed bin Sulaim. Your Excellency, please join us. I would like to also invite Vice President Grzegorz Słomkowski. Mr. President, please join us. Your Excellencies, please take a seat. Your Excellencies, congratulations. The agreement was signed. Your Excellencies, thank you so much. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thank you to all of you for coming, for joining us this special day. I hope you enjoy our forum. Thank you so much, and this is the end of our event. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask all panelists to go on the stage and take a picture. Yes, Your Excellencies, please join to us on the stage.